Fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week.
I'm going to pull the whole thing down. I'm going to bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head. It's going to be biblical.
How's it going, everybody? FCB here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic, and I hope you're all in amazing spirits. And welcome to the Pulse here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. Guys, I just want to start off by saying we won. Okay, we won. We together, we won. Yes, you all heard, ladies and gentlemen, what happened. And I will explain to you why. Truth Social banned me, or banned us, rather, because it's our platform. We got banned. Yes, we got banned, and from putting out that message and saying, you know what? And people got to say, you know, why did you do it, FCB? Why did you do it? Well, we got to take a stand. You got to take a stand, ladies and gentlemen. You can't just take things, you know, like this. No. You can't sit down and expect everyone to win your battles. We got to do it together. And together we did. It was an awesome thing that happened. We put it out there. We said, no, we're not going to accept this. Everyone, you know, that went out there, thank you. I thank you for going out there and smashing the email of Truth Social. They had no choice, and they did it within, less than 24 hours. It was a 2-day ban, but they had basically had to save face and say, oh, look, you know, we decided that you didn't breach, you know, the community standards. And, you know, no, you decided that we didn't breach community standards because we didn't. Okay. And because also the power of the people stood up. Because people really stood up and they gave it to them. And I want to say thank you to my brothers and sisters for standing up for this platform. It truly shows that the power of the people can overcome anything we put our minds to. Now, I did prepare a video, which I'll show you as to basically, had they not listened, had they not taken the ban off, this was going to be another gut punch to them and for everyone to watch. Now, I want everyone to get why this happened. I was banned because of this, ladies and gentlemen, this thing right here. Let me show you. Because I decided to put that about Mark Levin. Yes, Mark Levin is a never Trumper. He wrote a book called The American Marxism. So I decided to put there is into. Because he is, ladies and gentlemen, he is. He's a divider. He's been exposed on Tucker Carlson's show. Tucker's exposed him. And he's a warmongerer, right? He's a supporter of the state of Zionists, you know, which is obviously the state of Israel. So anyway, I put that up there. I was banned for 2 days. Then Soren, my admin, and Carol went out there and started hammering it. Soren got banned for 4 days. And it was like, you know what? That's it. We're going to slam this one. And we did. We all actually did what we had to do. We all did our bit and complained. And I want to say thank you to all of you, every one of you, brothers and sisters out there that fought the good fight. Now, let me show you what they came back to me and said. Oh, you breached Section 8 of our community standards. Yes, 8. Basically, if you provide any information that is untrue, inaccurate, not current, or incomplete, we have the right to suspend or terminate your account. I wrote and I said that I've been nothing but a supporter of President Trump. I've shown my loyalty. I flew to the United States to, all the way from Australia to go to a rally. You know what I mean? I've been a massive supporter of President Trump. But then people started really hammering their account. But let me show you a little bit of facts, evidence, and receipts. Number one, Truth Social, yes, I can see why they did what they did. Because after all, they're controlled by Vanguard, BlackRock, Geoside Capital, State Street Corporation, and Goldman Sachs. Right? So you can see, and then you look at these same characters that control X. You see the same characters that control Facebook. You see that it's always the same bunch of, shall we say, these characters right here. Vanguard and BlackRock, always up the top. Now, let me show you about Mr. Levin. No, Mr. Levin has never been a never Trumper. And his little MAGA mask, oh, don't you worry, it's slipping off by the day. And Tucker Carlson's been out there and exposing him, like I am exposing him. Mark Levin, back in, when was it? Oh, yes, 2016. And remember what Tucker said about, because Mark Levin is on Fox as well, and we know who runs Fox, it's Rupert Murdoch. And we know that Rupert Murdoch hates Trump, right? And he hates his guts, and he wanted, remember, Tucker Carlson to run against him. And Mark Levin hates Trump as well. He's got that little MAGA mask put on his face. I won't back Trump in the general. The never Trump movement just got another backer. Lovely. Conservative radio host Mark Levin. Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, that it's not about the left or the right. They all serve the same beast, right? And he said that, during the time, conservative radio host Mark Levin threatened on Friday that he will not support Donald Trump, this is back in the day, in the general election, should he be the nominee. So who are we going to support? Hillary? Is that who you're going to support, Mr. Levin? Oh, no, you're going to support your mate, Ted Cruz, yes. Good old Teddy boy, you know Ted? Yeah, Tel Aviv Ted. The one that is all bought and sold, the one that Tucker Carlson has exposed, the state of Zionism, the one there, the lover, remember the one that got into politics to be the protector of the state of Israel. Remember that? You heard that one, right? And also the very one that has been greased off by AIPAC in the millions. Levin, a strong supporter of Texas Senator Ted Cruz, said that Trump's allies had made the billionaire republic a front-runner toxic. Oh, really now? Mr. Mark Levin? I'm just basically revisiting who you really are, who really your allegiance lies to. And then basically, he said here, as a result of what the Trump supporters have attempted here, particularly Roger Stone, I am not voting for Donald Trump, period, Levin said. Lovely. Now, can you see, when you got the facts, evidence, and receipts, how they all speak in volumes? Now, would you say, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, that I had my right to put this up there? And Truth Social should be congratulating us all together and giving us a huge pat on the back for exposing Mr. Mark Levin. Because realistically speaking, ladies and gentlemen, he is a Marxist, right? We know where his loyalties lie, State of Israel. We've seen that in the little Bibi Netanyahu recently, that little interview that he did. And we know that Tucker Carlson has exposed him many, many times. So who in the chat agrees with FCB that, you know what, Truth Social should, they owed us an apology. Oh yeah, they gave us one. Do you want to see their apology? You know, I agree. Thank you, guys. That's what I'm saying. Do you see what it means to have the facts and receipts? Because they can't dispute it. And that's the thing. Yes, I hope Truth Social is watching and learning something from FCB now. Yes, that was the ban. After careful review, we've determined that your account did not violate our terms of service and have reinstated your account. We apologize for the inconvenience and are glad to have you back to Truth Social. Isn't that lovely, Truth Social? Especially when you got your ass handed to you by our supporters here. We know why you changed your tune, because everybody here, the ones that did it, took the initiative to fight for something that they truly believe. And that is our First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, our right to say what is true, what is factual. Because you know what? I didn't violate your terms and services. I didn't, basically lie. No, I didn't. After all, Mr. Levin is a never Trumper. So realistically speaking, they should all, not only apologise to me, that apology goes to everyone here. Because you know what? Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, why we do what we do? That's why I say there were people that were being, don't you worry, there were people that were being very rude to FCB. Because I refuse to go out there. And the ones that showed themselves are the ones that give me the thumbs down. Yes, I hadn't seen these people for a very long time. But all of a sudden, when the well dried up, when they knew they weren't going to get the intel that they were waiting for so they can go and feed their people, because I know they do that. Don't you worry. We're smart. We're not stupid. All right? And we know that they come in, oh, no. You should go out there. No, you're not doing the right. No, we are doing the right thing. I don't know what your intentions are. And don't sit there and piss in my pocket because I know exactly what your intentions are. And these ones came out of the woodworks everywhere. And Carol and Soren and I were having a field day catching them all. And we know who they are. Because some of them were being very nasty. Some of them were using reverse psychology, which backfired in their face. Okay? And, you expose these entities, ladies and gentlemen, when the well supposedly dries up, yes. Because if FCB stopped giving information and stopped decoding and all that sort of thing, oh no, don't you worry, they have nothing. Zero. That's why they came out of the woodworks. Don't you worry, we've made a list of who they are. And as I said, we know what their intentions have been all about. Now, I want everyone to watch this video that I had prepared for just, for everyone to see if they had not played ball. So if the Truth Social hadn't played ball, this is the video you're going to see. All right, let me prepare this. In the meantime, how about a thumbs up? Great comments, let's share this around the place. A lot of great intel, a lot of great information is coming your way. Today's show, ladies and gentlemen, all right, is going to be about the Genius Act, about crypto. We're going to go into a lot of information about the crypto, Bitcoin, stablecoin, Tether, all these things. I'm going to explain to you why President Trump created the Genius Act, because he's a real genius. Oh, don't you worry about that one. And then tomorrow and then the other days after that, we're going to be doing the other things, because there's a lot of things going on. Remember, I did the Kraken X. On the Kraken X, I covered a lot to do with what's going on right now, to do with Obamagate, what's happening with Hillary, with the Steele dossier, with Mueller, and everything else is in the Kraken X, and much, much more. Yes, even exposing those entities, the ones that were going against General Flynn. That's all in there as well. Now, you're probably realizing that we are being inundated by a lot of news. Now, Epstein, Maxine, Ghislaine Maxwell wants to come out and confess, do all these things and testify to good old Bondi. Then you got MLK. Oh, the files are being released. Then we got Hunter Biden's 3-hour interview. Obamagate, all these things coming out. Much, much more about Epstein. The New York City race. Ozzy Osbourne died. Oh, yes, by the way, yes, good old Ozzy. You know, and we know what Ozzy is all about, okay? There's so much to cover. But, you know, the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, part of this show is to have a theme and to follow that theme right through. Today's theme is to do with cryptocurrency. I've done a lot of research into it. I'm going to break down the myths. Oh, you call me the myth buster, okay? Because I'm about to break a lot of myths today. And there are a lot of people that go out there and they spread rumors, lies, deception, done by design to create a following because, you know, this XRP, XLM, and all these other crypto things, there's a whole, shall we say, you know, movement out there that they lie and they upon lie and they lie. And I'm going to break all those lies. I'm going to give you the facts and receipts, and then it's up to you what you to choose to do with that. So let me just tee this little video up for you. All right. Let's just get it all sorted, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, in the meantime, can we please ask everybody to hit the thumbs up? All right. Okay, how about this? Enjoy this one. This goes for about 18 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how long we can get, you know. Look, obviously the gist of this is to basically rile support up, and also I explain why I did what I did. Because there are people out there, as I said, that say, oh, you know, you're being selfish by doing what you're doing and this, that, the other. You know, you're really not doing the right thing. No, I was doing the right thing. You could see by us standing by our guns, ladies and gentlemen, that I was doing the right thing. We were doing the right thing together. Anyway, have a look at this show that I prepared for you, which is to do with why I did, you know, the digital protest. So you're probably wondering why you're seeing me in black and white. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm formally on a digital protest. It has to be done. You have to take a stand sometimes for what you believe in. Now, I simply put out there that I wasn't buying the rhetoric of Mr. Mark Levin and his books that President Trump was pushing out there. Mark Levin, ladies and gentlemen, was a never Trumper. I'll show you. I'll prove that to you. He was a never Trumper. He was somebody that, well, he's somebody that goes around dividing people. And because of that rhetoric, basically, you know, I breached community standards because I'm considered to be an anti-Semite, really now, where I've been somebody about uniting people. So I've been suspended now for 2 days for exercising my freedom of speech. Now in America, that's First Amendment. President Trump is about fighting for your First Amendment. Now, can we blame President Trump? No. And obviously, President Trump's got to allow those to, you know, that are running the show to expose themselves. Obviously, there are those working behind the scenes that are doing all this. Now, another thing we need to realize is that, yes, that Truth Social or Trump Media, the top shareholders are, pay attention to your screen, Vanguard, BlackRock, GEOPOLITICal Capital, State Street, and so forth, right down to Goldman Sachs. Now, I don't know if you guys know what a golden share is, or shares. It means these guys or these entities have a huge say in what goes on in the platform. Not only do we have that going on with Truth Social, the platform that I've been banned, remember I've also been mucked around with Rumble. Obviously, they don't want the truth getting out there. Well, let's have a look at Rumble. Rumble's top institutional shareholders is Vanguard, Cantor Fitzgerald, otherwise owned by none other than Mr. Lutnick, who I exposed the other day. Tucker actually exposed him. BlackRock, State Street, and it continues on. So how are we supposed to get the truth out there? How are we supposed to get the real message? If we've met with these entities, ladies and gentlemen, they're always up the top of everything. Even X. But they give us the illusion that one's for freedom, the other one's for this. They're all part of the same thing. They're the ones that pull the strings. Now, that's why I'm doing a digital protest, and I implore everyone that cares about this platform to join us. Now, I give so much. This platform gives so much, doesn't put anything behind a paywall. Does this day in and day out to give you what's really going on. The amazing decodes, the deep dives, the investigative journalism. And you don't pay a cent. And when I ask for one thing, ladies and gentlemen, one thing only, is that you join, because it's not only an attack on my freedom of speech or this platform's, it's an attack on yours as well. Obviously, they don't want the real truths coming out. Now, I was going to bring out, about the Genius Act. I did a huge deep dive into that, into crypto, into stablecoin, and then also another huge dive into Obamagate decodes of President Trump's comms. Now, people say, why did you just go and open up another account? No, why should I? No, this is a breach of my freedom of speech, and it's a breach of yours. And you've got to sometimes take a stand. Now, there are those that are jumping up and down and saying, I'm this and I'm that. No, I'm nothing. I'm doing it because I need to take a stand. It's the principle of the matter. They all both serve the same beast or beasts. I've just shown you and proven it to you. And if you don't take a stand, when will you? What do you believe in? And that's the thing. I mean, I believe in taking a stand. I've been out there in the streets, ladies and gentlemen, and I've protested when about the children, about the poisonous jab. What are you willing to do? Well, isn't it about time that people did something for this platform that has given so much year after year? The times when you were down and you needed a boost, you came here. Because you know this platform here gives you nothing but the real truth and nothing but the truth based on all the facts and receipts. We empower people with knowledge. And all we ask for in return is your support. I think it's about time that people started to offer that support. Start showing that you do care about this platform. That you do care about this guy here, FCB, me. The one that's been fighting for you day in and day out. How about we show some support here? Where we go one, we go all means something. We're all in this together. And if it's an attack on me, it's an attack on you as well. Now, I don't like doing this, but at the end of the day, this is going to show me and obviously who has really got our back. Because it's not about only being here with the good times or when you need something. It's about when we need something from you and from everybody, our brothers and sisters out there. And it's not even asking for money. We don't hide anything behind the paywall, as I said. All I'm asking for you is your support. Now is the time to show that you care. Not only when it's good times we're here and we're all having a laugh and a chuckle, we're all getting the great intel and everything else in between. No, it's time for everyone to take a stand and show that they really care about this platform. Because let me tell you something, until they take that ban off, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but there's going to be no shows. Because you know what? I'm well within my rights to demand it. Because you know what? I've given so much. Day in and day out. Without fail, I've been working. Even though you don't see me, I'm working. I'm doing shows. Preparing for shows. It's about time that everyone starts doing their bit. Start showing that you care. Otherwise, what am I here for then? What am I here for if my brothers and sisters don't have my back? People don't realise that I don't get paid a lot of money to do. I don't get paid jack shit. Let me be honest. Rumble give me pittance. I appreciate the donations that we get, but there's not a lot of money. Whatever I get goes towards putting into this platform. I don't get sponsors because then by sponsors, they tell me what to say and what I can do. But you want to know the real truth. So I don't. I don't put anything behind a paywall like the others because I am a Q decoder after all. I do follow Q drop 1295, 1296 and 1297. Because at the end of the day, I do believe everyone deserves the truth, even though they can't afford it. Everyone deserves to know the truth. And they make these excuses. I've signed NDAs. I don't believe in that garbage. And I've shown you that time and time again in the Q drops. I've shown you with my action who I am. And those, ladies and gentlemen, that continue to say, oh, why don't you just do it when you're being selfish? No, I'm not being selfish because I'm fighting for each and every one of you each and every day. And I'm doing this. You know, sometimes I feel like I'm on my own, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes I feel like that. I'll be honest. Because you know what? I need to see people that care about this platform. I need to see people that go out there and really make it happen. And start hitting the punches where they deserve. Go to truth and really give it to President Trump in a very respectful way. To Devin Nunes, that is the CEO of Truth. To Dan Scavino. To General Flynn. They deserve to know what's going on. It's about time that people started doing their bit. I've been doing my bit for years now, and I haven't put anything behind the paywall. That I can tell you 100%. I've never done it, and I never will. Now, all I'm asking for everyone is to basically do the email, hit the email, hit the Truth Social. Get the message out there. Because if you really care about this platform, well, it's time for people to show it. Not just, as I said, everyone's here for the good times, the laughter, and the intel. But when I ask for something, I expect my brothers and sisters to have my back too. And that's not too much to ask for, considering what I've done. I know we're all in this together. We've all given a lot. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? People don't realize the amount of sacrifices that go behind the scenes to make this all happen. How much hard work, dedication. But you know what? I'm in the attitude of gratitude. I appreciate whatever God's given me. But you know what? We all need to appreciate this platform, and we really need to show that we care. So anyway, guys, what did you think, guys? Did you like it? It basically, that encaptures exactly what we're all about here, doesn't it? That's what it does. It encaptures what we're all about. Now, let's talk about this. We are heading towards the end game, ladies and gentlemen. We are heading towards the end game. You can see it, that things are definitely happening. Right? Look at that. Kremlin has basically been slamming and saying that the US has been giving nukes to the UK. So we are heading towards some major events. Now, all this has been done by design for a reason. All right? Now, what we need to do is to realize this, is that, number one, we need this scare necessary event. We truly do. We need to get to that place where things are happening. You can see it. That, look at this. Kremlin says slams militarization of reports of US nukes in UK. And then you got Russia sees no grounds to hold a summit on the nuclear five as a deliberate Western policy of escalating tensions and nuclear militarization. Recent reports that the US had deployed tactical nuclear weapons to the UK for the first time in nearly 2 decades. In nearly 2 decades, ladies and gentlemen. In 2 decades, the US has basically transported and, deployed tactical nuclear weapons. This is amazing because we're heading, you can see the amount of escalation that's happening right now. So let's have a look what happened. Earlier this week, several media outlets, including The Times and The War Zone, reported that the US had deployed B-61-12 nuclear gravity bombs to Royal Air Force, the base there in Lakenheath in the UK. They cited flight tracking data showing the C-17 planes, which is the big, massive cargo planes from the US, that were flying from Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico just last Thursday. The flights appeared to be a one-way drop-off. Now, obviously, the US Air Force or the British officials are not going to comment on that deployment. But you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that things are escalating. Things are getting more and more intense. And it's all been done by design. As I said, what are we waiting for? A scare necessary event, aren't we? Let's go to Q drop 521. Not everything will be clean. We're at war, scare necessary event. We're seeing how everything is basically coming to a hilt, so to speak. You got Obama, you got Epstein, you got all these things that are lining up. And it's like the drops, the Q drops are coming full circle around. And we know what the very first drop was, ladies and gentlemen, was to do with the arrest of Hillary Clinton. Remember, future will prove past. So it only makes logical sense that we're heading towards October the 28th. I think that was when the first drop was dropped. Let's confirm that. Okay, but you could see that it's coming a full circle, that things are happening, which is, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, but done by design. We've been waiting for this. We've been waiting for this for a very long time. And we are looking forward to these major events taking place. Because you know what? Things need to happen. Things need to happen. We need to move to a different place now. We need to get more escalation. And you could see that the escalation is building up. Have a look at this. I mean, look, Russia is taking full steam. All of a sudden, the White House have been putting things out like this. Obama, deep state, handcuffs. President Trump has become more and more bold out there as far as putting out what's going on. As far as Obama, as far as Hillary. And then he mentioned even those that are attached to Hillary and Obama. Well, we know what that means, 11.3. We know we're heading towards these end games. We could see it. You can't, this is the year. When we were trying to guess whether it's going to be the year, well, no, there's no more guessing. We can confidently say, based on the current events, as I've said, it's the events that determine where we are in the plan, that we can see where we are, where things are heading towards. And you could see that everything is coming like a full circle, right around. And we should all be rejoicing. Yes, it's been a long time. But remember what Q said. It's been an 8-year plan. Because it really has been an 8-year plan. This is an 8-year. This is the 8th year. And when you could see that all these things that are happening, that it's lining perfectly with the Q drops. You could see it, which is great. Now, let's go to here. Where are we? Just give me a quick moment. Let's go to Q drop 1, which happens to be the very first drop. That was to do with Hillary Clinton's arrest. October the 28th, I was correct, 2017. Hillary Clinton will be arrested between 7:45 and 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the Monday. The morning, October 30th, 2017. Now, this is giving very specific dates, isn't it? That's very interesting. If Hillary, shall we say, was reading the Q drops, she would have taken off by now. That's why Q says it was over before it began. Do you think for a moment, now think logically, and I implore everyone to think logically right here. That do you think for a moment that they would give Hillary the head start? Oh, Hillary, here you go. This is the time, the date you're going to be arrested. Enjoy your flight. No, it's not the case. It's not the case at all. We know what's really going on is that basically there are political decoys that are being used. Let's use our logic, ladies and gentlemen. And logic suggests that there are political decoys that are being used. We know that's fact because in the past they've used political decoys. I've shown you that many times with Saddam and Osama bin Laden and all these others, Stalin and Putin and all that. So why not do the same thing right now? So would you give Hillary the head start and say, well, guess what, Hillary? You're going to be arrested on it. Doesn't make any logical sense. You know that the drops, military intelligence. What, do you think the deep state weren't reading this? Think again. That's why with the drops, you've got to remember, that it's the events that determine where we are on the plan. I've said many times, don't listen to the date promises, the ones that go around promising dates. Don't listen to them. At the end of the day, the commander-in-chief is in control of everything. He's the one that calls the shots, not the date promises. When we see the events transpire, like I've said, and I've always said, ladies and gentlemen, those who watch my show have known that I've been consistent. And I have said, the events determine where we are on the plan. Well, guess what? Now we're seeing what's happening with Obama. Now we're seeing what's happening with Hillary. Can you see what this means? You can see what's going on. The writing's on the wall. We know now where we are in the plan. And all these things, Obamagate, which is also to do with, they're all connected. Remember when Q says about the 3 movies playing all at once? Guardians of the Pedophiles, Panic in DC, and Obamagate. Well, we're watching it right now. Epstein, Guardian of the Pedophiles. Remember who's connected. There's a lot of things connected to that Guardian of the Pedophiles. It's the SDNY that has been the Guardian of the Pedophiles. After all, think about it. Epstein, SDNY. Wiener, SDNY. Nexium, SDNY. Everything to do with the guard, like protecting pedophiles, SDNY. That's why I call them the Guardian of the Pedophiles. Then obviously Panic in DC, because they are panicking. And they're not just the left, ladies and gentlemen, they're panicking on the right as well. Remember, Q says it's not about left or right. So you got that movie going on. And then Obamagate. Isn't it strange? Let's go to this Q drop right here. How all movies seem to be playing all at the same time. And the thing is also, Obamagate is linked to Pfizergate. That's why, you know, Q says about, oh no, it's going to make Watergate look like a little dinghy, a little boat. Q drop 4908, ladies and gentlemen, which equals 17. You add those numbers up. That's why it's a very important drop. 4 plus 9 plus 0 plus 4 equals 17, which equals Q. Right? Right there. Have a look at this. All these movies are playing all at once. Guardian of the Pedophiles, Panic in DC, Pfizergate are all playing at the same time. All 3 movies, there we go, playing simultaneously. Do you find it interesting that everything discussed in the past is somehow making the news as of late, which means another future proves past, ladies and gentlemen. You're seeing the events that are happening right now, and that is another Q proof right there. That drop was dropped back in 2020. So it's reached basically just it hasn't reached its 5-year delta as yet. But have a look at this. I would say that this is where things are happening. Look at that. Isn't it amazing? It's amazing times. And we all should be rejoicing because, you know what? This is all coming out. And we know that is also connected, don't you worry, to General Flynn. Remember General Flynn, the one that went through a lot of shit? Oh, yes, the one that the deep state, or think about what Obama said. He warned President Trump about not getting General Flynn. Why would Obama do that? Because General Flynn knows where the bodies were buried, meaning he knows it all. That's why he's, when he comes to intelligence, people think that he's down and out. No. Part of psychological operations, ladies and gentlemen, is to make you think that he is. Remember, General Flynn was, he's, military intelligence. in the Q drops, he's mentioned as the people's general. And also, he wrote the book on 5G warfare. He was also at a Fort Bragg, which is the home of military intelligence, as well as 4th and 8th Division of Psychological Operations Group. So realistically speaking, yes, he's been running behind the scenes. And these entities that have been going out there and saying all those naughty things, I think very soon you'll be eating your words. Oh, don't you worry about that one. Everything's coming a full circle, or should I say a full queue, ladies and gentlemen. A full queue. Remember, the queue starts here back in 2017 and it ends up in 2025. And that's where things are. And you could see that everything is lining up perfectly. It's lining up amazing. And as I said, those that said all those nasty things about they think he's a retired general. No, think again, that's the illusion. And those that have been enabling these characters, I think you better think about who you've been backing is the wrong, shall we say, horse in this race. Who you should be backing right now is this channel right here, is FCB, is God's Army. That's where you should be. Not with those that are backing the wrong horse. And I've known, ladies and gentlemen, for a very long time that the day would come, and we are heading towards it right now. You know, the question is that there was supposed to be some filmmaker that was going to make a movie that was going to call General Flynn a pedophile. Now, what happened to that one? I wonder why that movie didn't make, shall we say, traction. You know, and there were those that obviously contributed to this thing about General Flynn. All these nasty things said about him. No, don't you worry. That's all on record. I've exposed them. It's on the Kraken X. Okay. And as I said, those have been vocal. And let me make that very clear. Those have been very vocal about jumping on top of your soapboxes and using your platforms and your podcasts and your telegrams and X's and everything else in between to basically say those nasty things about General Flynn are going to be eating their words very soon. Because as I said, everything's come around full queue, and you're going around saying all those nasty things about... Now, remember, you know that we've been under military occupation, which means you are under military occupation as well. Hence why the military have been watching you, meaning Space Force. And that's why President Trump made them the #1 branch in the military, because they control cyberspace. And don't you worry, they have it all as well. You think they've got it all on them, and they've always had it on them. Oh, don't you worry, they've got it all on you. And you think for a moment that you're going to be saved for all those lovely things you've been saying? No, think again. There's justice. And, you know, Q drop 1296 clearly says there's justice for those that have basically been using this movement in enriching themselves. Not a very good thing for you. So if I was you, I would be going and finding a place in Antarctica to live. That won't be safe for you anyway, because I'll find you. But anyway, let's get back to the point. The thing is, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards major events. Have a look at what's going on in Russia. So in Russia, there's been an earthquake and multiple earthquakes of 10 kilometers deep. So yes, there's definitely some major operations taking place. Also in Indonesia, so Iran, we spoke about Indonesia the other day, but Iran, there's been 10 kilometer deep, there's been these operations taking place. 10 kilometers means that it's not, you know, a standard earthquake. There are things that are taking place. Operations that are done by the military. So we're seeing what's going on there. The other thing we must realize is Q drop 3724, sorry. It must be done right. It must be done according to the rule of law. Well, that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Everything that is being carried out has to make sense to the mass consciousness. It must carry weight. In other words, it must be done by the rule of law in the court of law. That's why President Trump has taken over all of it. He's put in those to go out there and do what they're meant to do. There can be no mistakes. Good things sometimes take time. Yes, they have. Attempts to slow back the inevitable, justice will flail. They're basically been trying to put blocks, slow down the wheels of justice, but now it's gained momentum. What are we seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen? Can you say that this drop is relevant? Yes, we can. Democrat elections interference in 2016. We know that they colluded. We know the Steele dossier, that piece of garbage they tried to push over there. They used illegal FISA warrants, the judges and all that sort of stuff. They used Five Eyes. So basically, that implicates foreign leaders. Hussein was involved. We know that. And basically, you could see that this is all coming full circle, or full Q. Let's just call it full Q. I'm going to call it full Q. That'll be my little stamp. Then we got 2018 election interference. Mueller was installed to try and regain control over the FBI. But that failed. Okay? That failed. That's, with James Comey, they got rid of him. Mueller tried to, they put him in there. Watch the Kraken X. I went into a lot of detail with that. Democrats into election interference in 2020. Yes. That was all done by design as well. You know what President Trump says it was rigged? Yes, it was rigged. They basically stood back. The ballots were watermarked. They had everything in place. Trump won it. Don't you worry, Trump won 2020 without a shadow of a doubt. In fact, he was in control of the whole lot. That whole thing about Biden, and that was all contrast. That was all done by design. Because think about it. Why was that done? Because they didn't want civil war. Remember, the mainstream media, the deep state, they went full on attack mode when President Trump was the 45th president. And it was about the masses. Everyone's got to realize that you can get rid of, as I said, the cabal, the top players in the deep state. But then you got those elements that were deep rooted, or those, and you needed everything to be played out a certain way, because what happened was they sowed so much discord about President Trump. It's not funny. And not just in the United States, worldwide. So in other words, President Trump came in as the 45th president to expose the deep state, which he did, and fake news. And then what he did was he showed America a taste of prosperity. So then you have contrast. Then this whole thing with fake Biden, we know the auto pen was the president. In other words, it was President Trump. And I've been through that decode many times. You got to watch my previous decodes, ladies and gentlemen. They are basically explain everything. It's all out there on the Freedom Channel broadcast. I wish people would actually access. Nothing costs you a cent. The information is valuable here. I've done plenty of massive decodes, Kraken decodes, all these sort of things to benefit people here. Now, the 2020 was rigged, yes. Oh, it was rigged, all right. It was done by design by President Trump. It was, as I said, to establish contrast. So you got to have 4 years. And then also, you got to allow this 4 years to play out, because there are deep staters, really deep rooted. You had to see where these weapons remember, there were miniature nukes. They had the bioweapon, the COVID. President Trump had to see where it was coming from. That's why it was necessary to do this. So you had to play the game. You had to see what the deep state's cards were going to be shown. What were they going to do? People got to get this. Was 2020 necessary? Yes, it was. It's very hard to comprehend, but it was before the mass consciousness. People got to get that this is for the masses. The last thing you want is civil war worldwide. The last thing you want is basically everyone to go and kill themselves because they thought that President Trump, if he'd gotten in, that it could have caused a massive civil war. The country was divided. So, in other words, you need contrast. Also, you use that time to have these lockdowns. Remember when Fauci said and threatened President Trump about something happening like a pandemic? He knew what he was talking about. He knew that this bioweapon was ready. He had to see where all this was coming from. Also, he was remember, a hostage. Think about this. They had all these miniature nukes worldwide. That was created in North Korea. That was in the Q drops. I've explained it many times. So in other words, these lockdowns were done for a reason, and they did 80% of dark ops. They did operations that needed to be done in the dark. So they used what the deep state threw in his way. COVID. They used this as an excuse to lock they locked everything out. They thought that President Trump wasn't going to lock things out. No, he locked them down. He used that lockdowns for a reason. Not everything is going to be clean. Not everything was going to be clean. We're at war. What don't people get? When you're at war, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, there are casualties of war. And I know it's very harsh reality, but it is. We all had to make our choices. Now think about this. Had the real poison, as in went everywhere, you'll be picking up dead bodies all over the place right now. That was a bioweapon. And then also you had to deal with these miniature nukes worldwide, like in The Sum of All Fears. You watch that movie, The Sum of All Fears, and basically they created a miniature nuke so they can get war with Russia and US. That's why Q speaks about the Sum of All Fears. At the end of the day, what they had destined for us was Hillary to run the show and to bring the US and Russia to war. That's what it was all about. Bringing us into World War III and the destruction of mankind. They were only going to keep a certain amount of us around. And I've shown you this facts, evidence, and receipts. The Georgia Guidestones, 500 million. What do you think was going to happen to the 7.5? Gone. Then I showed you the facts, evidence, and receipts. The $21 trillion. That's in the New York Post. Go and find it. About the underground cities that they were developing. Using the taxpayers' money worldwide. And thank God for President Trump. So all this thing with the COVID, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we lost people. We lost a lot of people. We lost our freedoms. We lost a lot of things, but you know what? Can we say it was necessary? Well, it turned a lot of people's keys. It woke a lot of people up. You think about it being part of the Great Awakening. Well, definitely. You think about what Q says, that the humanity will unite because of the children. Well, guess what? We're out in the streets about the children. Save our children. All these things. We were out in the streets. It turned a lot of keys. A lot of people got angry. It woke a lot of people up. There's different phases in this plan. We must realize that not everything is going to be clean. I want people to get that we've all lost people to turbo cancers and everything else. We know that's all fact. But remember this, President Trump had to do what he had to do. He had to call their bluff to expose what he had to expose. He had to allow the enemy to destroy themselves, to expose themselves. And he did it. He used, as I said, these lockdowns as a way of basically, think about it, while we were locked down, there were other things taking place. Do they want you to interfere with dark operations? No, they don't. So had the Q drops to keep us in the light, to give us the take. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, okay, during that time, you saw what happened. There's a lot of fear porn, a lot of rhetoric. We had the con artists come in and play their little games with our minds. They made a lot of money from people's fears, their greed. That's your worry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take it all down. That's why I'm exposing all this. Now, as I said, election interference 2020, impeachment. Okay, they try to project that President Trump was colluding with Russia and all that sort of stuff. These people are sick. We are the people, are the cure. We are the cure. Who's the one that reads it? We do. We're the ones that read it. But think about what the cure is. Well, the cure is the light. Sunlight kills. Version 2. That's in the Q drops as well. Well, sunlight is being shone all over the place now. All over the place. Epstein's coming out and all the garbage, everything that's connected. Obamagate, Hillary. Remember, everything connects up. Now, you've got to remember this. It's got to make sense to the masses. So they're going to get it from this angle. I know what angle they're going for. The collusion, the Russia, the 2016 interference. President Trump has called out for treason on Obama, on Hillary. He said before that, think about what he said. Do you remember when the rallies where he would say, oh, look, I'm not going to go after her because she was the president's wife, blah, blah. But now, no. Just recently, ladies and gentlemen, during this little episode at the Oval Office with the Philippine president, he said the gloves are off. And basically they are. Because they have been. But remember, it's got to make sense to the masses. Everything has to happen, as I've said, and I've always said, the events determine where we are in the plan. I've always said it. I've never followed the date promises. No. It's the events that determine where we are in the plan. And FCB's been right about everything, like I am right now. You can see it. Everything that I've been saying is all coming to fruition. President Trump's the champion, don't you worry. Remember what he said? I was the hunted, now I'm the hunter. I mean, that's in the Q drops, ladies and gentlemen. You couldn't get that more in your face, could you? No, you couldn't. They came after the wrong man. Look at that. And do you see the flags, ladies and gentlemen? How they are missing the gold fringes? You know what that means. Okay, you know what that means. Oh, don't you worry. And can you see that these are spears? Have a look, ladies and gentlemen, spears, meaning he is the commander-in-chief. Have a look right there. Spears are physically, they're spears, not eagles, on top of the finials, which means the commander-in-chief is in control. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, it's game over. It's coming to checkmate. And this is the thing. Checkmate, ladies and gentlemen, what does that mean? Well, I'm going to show you here on the first time on the Freedom Channel broadcast what that means. Because you know what? People have been saying this and that. No, I'm going to break it down for you, like I always do. Let me show you what the checkmate really means. Q drop 4281. The king, ladies and gentlemen, is Obama. The queen is Hillary Clinton. You heard it here on the first time on Freedom Channel broadcast. You know I'm giving you the facts and receipts. Now think about this. Everyone's wondering who's going to be arrested first. Well, what does Q says here? Let's go to this. How about a nice game of chess? The objective is to checkmate the king. Do you attack the king at the beginning of the game? No. Because why in the Q drops would it say this? Think about this. In the Q drops, does it not say that if we take down Hillary, we must take down Obama? You are correct. You are 120% correct. And this is the thing. We go to that Q drop where it does say that about Hillary and Obama, where it does say about taking them down. Why didn't we take down Hillary first? Sorry, Obama first. Why do we take... No, Hillary's first, ladies and gentlemen. Hillary is first. Because Hillary is the queen. And when you play chess, the first one you're going to take down is the queen. So it only makes logical sense that the first one that's going to be arrested, because it leads to a, remember, podesta, is to remove the queen. Do you attack and remove the queen mid to end? Well, we're in the end game. Is the game being played public or private? Well, guess what? It's being played publicly now. Do emotions affect critical thinking? Yes, it does for a lot of people. But we use our logic. Important king controls pieces. Element rogue elements. Rogue. Well, we know they all went rogue, don't we? Comey and all the gang. Rogue elements. After all, who's rogue? Well, what do they call? Don't they call Obama renegade? That's his United States Secret Service name. Well, he went rogue. And he's got his rogue elements. How do you set the stage? Public opinion. Well, guess what? The public opinion is being set out there. President Trump has set the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the end game. You can see that the stage is set and it's prepared. You can see already by what's happening with Hillary. She's been lined up. Obama is the king and Hillary is the queen. Therefore, based on that, as I said, all this, the first one that is going to bring that lovely arrest that we're waiting for, which is also in the Q drops, which is the first indictment. Q drop 3716. Oh, how fitting is it? 3716 and 3717. Number one, when you add those numbers up, ladies and gentlemen, what do we get? We get a 17, don't we? What a lovely 17 that is. 3 plus 7 plus 1 plus 6 equals 17, which equals Q. The first indictment unseal will trigger mass pop awakening. Now think about this. We thought about Podesta. Well, Podesta's name isn't big enough to trigger a mass pop awakening, is it? It's got to be someone that the population know. And the world knows about Hillary. Oh, don't you worry. We know all about her. I mean, when she came here, we were rolling out the red carpet. Our former Prime Minister. Oh, don't you remember her? Julia Gillard? Yes. Julie Gillard. Yes, Julie Gillard. And, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Yes. And Hillary Clinton. They were the biggest bum chums of all. Bum chums, to put it right in front of our faces. After all, okay, let me show you, ladies and gentlemen. People got to get that we're all connected to this. And we're all part of this. Where we go, one we go all, means we're all involved in this shit fest. All right? We're all involved. Don't think for a moment that we're not connected. You couldn't be more mistaken. that we are not connected to all this filth. Right? We are connected more than you could possibly imagine. That's what I'm saying. Don't say, oh, you stick to your own politics, FCB. No, no, no. This involves everybody. I'm sorry, but it does. And there we go. That was our former Prime Minister. Does everyone can see there? Can everyone see right there? What does that mean? I mean, they're at the Clinton Clinton Foundation. Australia gave a lot of money. Oh, the taxpayer is going to be jumping up and down when they find about how connected we are to Hillary Clinton Foundation and Epstein Island. Oh, yeah, oops, I said too much. Can everyone see what that means right there, that little arrangement? Can everyone tell me what that reminds you of? Anyone in the chat got any bright ideas? I mean, this is our former Prime Minister of Australia. And did you know, ladies and gentlemen, fun fact, Australia were probably the biggest ones to give money to the Clinton Foundation. And yes, that's right. Well done. That's exactly right, Havansky. The Epstein satanic colours. That's exactly what it is. Yes. And that's what I'm saying. You know, anyone that says, well, everyone speaks about Julian Assange. Julian Assange has basically said that we're connected to the United States, that Washington is our capital. So, in other words, I'm well within my rights because we're all connected to this filth. So any idiot out there that wants to say, mind my own business, no, it is my bloody business. It's everyone's business here that watches because we're all connected to this. Okay? Yes, and the first indictment, we can't wait for that one. So everyone's going to know about this. And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that the mass pop awakening is going to happen. The first arrest will verify an action and confirm future direction, yes. Because after all, what is Obama's little catchphrase, remember? Oh, yes. Isn't it something like, something we can all believe in, something along those lines? I think it is, isn't it? A change we can believe in, yes. I think it's that, isn't it? It's something like that. Let's see. Is it we can believe in? Yeah, let's see what we can believe in, Obama. I'm sure we can believe in your garbage. You know, the changes. Oh, here we go, yeah. Q drop 4422. A change we can believe in. Yes, we can believe in. Oh, don't you worry. We know what change is coming our way. Right? We know what that means. We know that's got to do with Obama. I mean, yeah, Comey, yeah, corny. Yeah, we know what the corn comms mean. And that's the thing. That's the change we all can believe in is this. That good old Hillary and Obama are going to be arrested. How's that one, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that great? I mean, isn't that fantastic that we're seeing everything that's in the Q drops being validated? After all, I'm a Q decoder and I'm validating the drops based on facts, evidence, and receipts. And you could see the events that determine where we are in the plan. Oh yes, objective checkmate. Do you attack the king at the beginning of the game? No, you don't. Do you attack and remove pawns first? Yes, you do. Do you attack and remove the bishops, rooks, and knights? Yes. Do you attack and remove queen mid to end? That means good old Queenie. Clinton is coming down. After all, President Trump has been exposing Clinton. Is the game being played public or public? No, it's being played publicly now. Do emotions affect critical thinking? Yes, that's why we don't allow our emotions. Q's clearly said, use logic. Add important king controls pieces. Yes. King controls pieces. Comey is controlled Clapper, Brennan, Rice, so forth and so forth, hasn't he? He's controlled them all. And also, ladies and gentlemen, think about this. Isn't it great when Hillary goes down Because then guess who's connected to Hillary? 11.3. Who's 11.3, ladies and gentlemen? What are we waiting for? Good old Q drop 34, aren't we? That's what we're waiting for. Let's go to Q drop 34. Because we know where we're heading towards, the good old EBS, right? Yes, because we know that Hillary is the queen now. We know that Obama is the king. And therefore, obviously, the jester is good old Podesta. There's that one. I made a rhyme. The jester Podesta. And there we go. On POTUS's order, we've initiated certain file saves. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, how it's all connecting up. Oh, yes. And then also, Huma Aberdeen, 11.6. Yes, that's connected as well. After all, wasn't Huma her little right-hand woman? Yes, she was. We know what Huma was up to, and Hillary and Frazzle Drip and Anthony Weiner, and it's going to be an amazing time, ladies and gentlemen. The popcorn is going to be flying everywhere. We're going to be validated, no longer being called conspiracy theorists, because guess what? No. The time is coming where the crickets are going to be heard, and you've obviously been hearing this. Oh, don't you worry. We've been saying about Hillary's arrest. We've been saying about Obama for a long time. And do you think these guys are a bunch of conspiracy theorists? Oh, no, no. Very soon, all we need is that 20% for justice. It's all coming our way. And guess what? We're going to be all validated. No. The conspiracy theorists had it right. Yes, we bloody did. All along we've been telling you, but you didn't listen. You said that we're a bunch of conspiracy theorists. You basically called us all these ridiculous names. And now the truth is out there. And it's coming out there, and you're going to be hearing the crickets get louder and louder and louder like you are right now, because I've been speaking to people that are out in the medical field, by the way. And did you know they run practices and medical practices and stuff like that? You know what they tell me? We've seen such an influx of all these people that are vaccine injured. Very interesting. Okay, seen an influx in cancer, influx in a lot of these turbo business. They're starting to use the word turbo now. In fact, they're asking me for the protocols because they've taken the poison. That's a very interesting state of affairs. Can you see we've come in a nice full queue, ladies and gentlemen? And very soon, all these people that called us a bunch of civic Q nuts. Yes, like we know who called us that. Now Q's all been lining up. Lining up. Like a perfect jigsaw puzzle. And the idiot that called us a civic Q nut is going to eat his own nuts very soon. And those that connected are going to eat their nuts as well. 11.3 is coming our way. You could see how based on the facts, evidence and receipts, how it's all lining up like a beautiful jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? How amazing is that? I mean, everyone in the chat should be rejoicing right now. We should all be happy because you know what? It's all coming our way. And you can see that what's happening is President Trump has always been in control. Well, do you think it's all of a sudden that he's coming out there and blurting about Hillary and Obama and putting the word treason out there? And the word death is, oh yeah, what do you get for treason? Death. Oh, that's been loosely put out there. No. It's all coming to fruition. And think about this. They need these characters, you know, whether they're political decoys, just so they are. They need these characters. Remember, the stage is being set, as Q says. So, if the stage is set and it's for optics, we know what the optics is being set for public opinion. In other words, they want public opinion. The public, when they start seeing that they've been doing all that naughty stuff, Obama and Hillary and the gang, they're going to demand justice. Remember what I've been saying, the day would come where they'll be jumping on top of their soapboxes and demanding justice, and President Trump will be giving it to them in spades. After all, it's about pleasing the public, isn't it? And the mass consciousness. And optics are necessary. See, you think about it, the stage is set. Actors are on stage. You know, look, set the stage. The stage is set. You got, you know, do you think for a moment they would allow Hillary and Obama, and knowing all the things that they've done, allowing to run rampant and do what they're doing? No, think again. But you need, did you see also, let's go back to the Jimmy Carter. Remember Jimmy Carter funeral? That was funny. How Obama and Trump were like acting like a bunch of old friends, and they wanted to get together and play golf at Mar-a-Lago. Didn't it look funny to you? Because it was funny. Because the whole thing's been one big fat setup. You know, we've been watching a movie, yes, and actors have been used. We've been through that many times. And now it's time for the closing act. Right? So in other words, the act's being prepared. Things are being set up. And obviously for the masses. Optics, ladies and gentlemen. Optics are what? Well, we're experiencing optics. Oh, we've seen, yes, optics can be likened to be CGI, AI, doubles, technology. Oh, yes, no, optics can, you know, it's for the masses to see. Optics means visual, to be able to see. And then also, it's for us to see, you know, what's really going on, and also to give validity to the plan. So we've got this nice, shall we say, we're feeling this nice peace and calm because we could see what's going on. We've had the inside take, and people thought, no, it can't be the 8. No, it's been the 8 years. This is the 8 year. As I said, we've come full Q now, and now the drops are lining up perfectly, and you could see, yes, we are winning. And it's a great feeling, isn't it? Isn't it a great feeling to win for once in our lives? Yes, it is. It's an amazing feeling to win, and to win big, isn't it? That's what it is. Oops. Okay, let me just put myself over there. So it's an amazing feeling to win. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? It's about time that we won. We're sick and tired of losing. But you know what? Everything has to be done in sequence. And I've always said, it's the events that determine where we are in the plan. And I've always said that it has to be done in a certain sequence, in a certain way. I've always said that, and those that watch me can see that I've been consistent with everything that I've said. Now, let's go to today's deltas, and let me show you something which is going to blow your minds. Today's deltas is the 22nd of July. Huge drop, 3466. Can anyone tell me what that equals? 3 plus 4, 7, plus 6 plus 6, 12. Equals what, ladies and gentlemen? We get a what? Yes, we get a 19. And that means we know who's in control. President Trump. I would say this is very relevant. Now, do you know that Napoleon Bonaparte, French emperor, back in the day, he's the one that came up with the quote, "Never interfere with an enemy in the process of destroying itself." How fitting. And that's exactly what President Trump's been doing, lining them all up for the kick, preparing them for the massive fall. These people are stupid. Oh, yes. And this one on the bottom, enjoy the show. Because remember, the stage is set for good old Queenie and the King to fall down, and those that are connected. Yes. How fitting is that? Isn't that lovely? I think it is. And let me show you something else that's lovely, that is going to explain it. Okay, let's have a look. Q drop 4612. In reality, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just in the way. Thank God President Trump basically became president, commander-in-chief, has been doing these operations now for the past how many years? In conjunction with the military and the worldwide alliance. Many thousands of MSDNC, meaning the mainstream media that have been connected to the DNC, direct attacks have failed to control the reach and sway opinion. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because President Trump has been basically setting the good old mainstream media on a course of self-destruction. And we know, I've shown you this before, about what President Trump's been doing. He's been suing the shit out of the mainstream media. And Q says that the end of the mainstream media is libel. Oh, yes, it's happy days. It's the end of the mainstream media as you know it. Q drop 818. Add that one up and you get a 17 as well. How fitting. 8 plus 1 plus 8 equals 17. End of mainstream media, libel laws. Well, President Trump has been suing him, which is libel laws. Well done, President Trump. And basically, he's exposing him, calling him fake news, and now everyone is using that. The masses have been seeing how ridiculous they are. I mean, you see the New York Post, how stupid the articles that they put out there. You see that how they've been put into the spotlight about how they're one-sided, how they've been supporting the state of Israel, the war machine, how they've been Russia, that in the past, President Trump's been showing us the contrast. Done by design. And it's failed, ladies and gentlemen, because when you invoke free thought, which is what we've been fighting for, is true freedom, free thought, knowledge is power, that basically they cannot sway opinion anymore. They lost control over the masses. When direct attacks use of insert cutouts fail, censorship bans deployed as aggressive methods to slow and limit growth. So whatever they've done has basically failed, and they've failed miserably. They've tried to use the weaponized mainstream media. The mainstream media are finished, and it's coming to an end. It's coming to an end. That's what it's happening. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to rejoice. It's time to rejoice. Now, control U is threatened. Yes, no. They've lost control. Infiltration, not invasion. They tried to infiltrate. And remember, Obama, infiltrate. Who put him there? Saudi Arabia as well. They were involved. Remember who groomed him? Al-Lead. Saudi Arabia is connected. Muslim Brotherhood. Harvard University Muslim alumni. That's why President Trump keeps talking about the Harvard University, about how many billions of dollars they've gotten. It's all going to connect up. Everything is going to make sense. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is using the rule of law in the court of law. We can go to that Q drop that I spoke about before. But look at that. He's using libel laws. You add those numbers up, equals 17. The time is coming where it's finished. They are finished. All of them are finished. Another thing that is coming to fruition, ladies and gentlemen, is this Q drop. 3, 4, 6, 7. Why? Those 3 flags represents 3 stars. The People's General is coming back. That's been in the drops. 3 flags represents General Michael Flynn. Where we go one, we go all. 3 stars, 3 flags. That's General Flynn. Where we go one, we go all. We the people. Q drop 3, 4, 6, 5. We are winning, ladies and gentlemen. We are winning, and we're winning big. Dark to light. What did President Trump just bring out recently at the White House? Remember I just showed you? Let me just show you it again. That post that I showed you right there. Lining up perfectly. They came for the wrong man. Look at that. That was yesterday. But it happens to be that today's drop lines up with this post. I was hunted. Now I am the hunter. And also, who's been coming out recently and speaking? Hunter Biden. Mirrors are important as well. Oh, don't you worry. We'll speak about that another time. Hunters become the hunted. And President Trump, it's not about a 4-year election, ladies and gentlemen. This is not another 4-year election. So you could see how everything is lining up. The drops, ladies and gentlemen, are coming full queue. Back. Future is proving past. I've got the God bumps right now talking about this. It's amazing. We should all be in the attitude of gratitude. Let's get ourselves in that great headspace. We all deserved it. We all deserve it. We all fought hard. We've been fighting hard for a very long time. Q drop 4611. Welcome to the digital battleground or battlefield. Together we win. Together. Ladies and gentlemen, what have we been doing? We've been fighting on the digital battleground. Didn't we just get removed just recently off Truth Social? Would we call it a coincidence? No. You've been selected to help serve your country. And our country, ladies and gentlemen, we're all connected to the United States. So we're all part of the United States. We're all in that arrangement, as Julian Assange has said. So we're serving our country. Our country is the United States of America. The arrangement that we're in, it's all going to come to light anyway. It's all based on facts, evidence, and receipts. And they need to bring this all out. Never retreat from the battleground of Twitter, Facebook, etc. Think about what we just did. Didn't we just fight against etc.? And we won? That was yesterday. Can you call it a coincidence? Done by design. Do you think it was a coincidence why we were taken off that platform? There are no coincidences because it marries, they link up with the drops, everything that we do. Organize and connect, bridge through linking. Source memes, material from Battleground or Garage. Highlight and share, take a drop. Mission 1, dispute and reject propaganda push through posting of research and facts. What are we doing? What does FCB do here each and every time? Facts, evidence, and receipts. I dispute the propaganda push, don't I? Every day, ladies and gentlemen, every single day as a digital warrior, we do it. That's why I say stick with the facts, evidence, and receipts, and you can't go wrong. This has been our mission, facts, evidence, and receipts. Why do you think I became a journalist? Because I take what I do seriously. And I want to make sure that when I give you the facts, evidence, and receipts, they're at hand. I want to show you the truth. And obviously, the propaganda push, yes. And what do we use? We research. We use the facts, evidence, and receipts. Stop enabling the hearsays. Stop enabling those fear porners. Stop enabling those that spread the garbage. Demand the facts. You know what? You are within your right to demand the facts from them. And if they don't produce it, well, give them the middle finger. Mission number 2. support role of other digital soldiers. One falls, another stands and rises. Mission 3, guide, awaken others through the facts. Use of facts. What have I been doing, ladies and gentlemen? What have I been doing time and time again? Facts, evidence, receipts. Facts, evidence, receipts. I've been awakening minds and using the facts, evidence, and receipts. I've been pushing against the mainstream media machine, exposing them like I've been exposing Fox and what they've been up to, and all the others. We've been exposing them. Learn to use camouflage. Oh yes, during the time of COVID, I camouflaged myself with X, so I wouldn't do things to jeopardize myself being booted off there. Camouflage is very important. Always have a secondary account. Mission number 5, identify the strengths and weaknesses, personal designated targets, Twitter, Facebook, and others. Example memes, failure to read those, use of algorithm. Think Tron. Now, I know these movies back to front. Tron, the master control program in that movie, basically what it does is it absorbs all the programs. So it takes the control program, basically absorbs all the... So if you watch that movie Tron, all these, you know, the ones that fight against each other, like gladiators and all that sort of thing with the bikes, motorbikes and all that sort of stuff, they are programs. Now, what it does is, in the movie Tron, the master control program is something that takes over each program. Right? Think Tron. Example, failure to read through use of algorithm. Think Tron. Dependence on person-to-person capture. So basically, you think about Twitter and Facebook, they use the algorithm. And as I said, think about this. So liken Twitter and Facebook and the other social media platforms as to the master control program from Tron. That they were using the algorithms to be able to capture people who were basically bringing out the truth. That's what it means. Information warfare. Welcome to the digital battleground. Together we win. And we've won, ladies and gentlemen. Give yourselves all a huge pat on the back. We all deserve it. We all worked hard. Dark to light. Hunters become the hunter. Now everything is turned full Q. Can you see that it's time to rejoice? Yesterday's Delta 3458. Very interesting. Attorney General Barrs. People think his Barrs bad. No. The other thing people need to realize is the Punisher, John Durham, did his bit. They did what they needed to do. They did what they needed to do at the time. They served their function. They served their purpose. And isn't it strange that we see how the drops are lining up, because all of a sudden President Trump's been speaking about Mueller and Mueller's corruption. We're going to be speaking about this in more detail. Look at that, James Comey. Be ready. Be ready, traders one and all. The drops are lining up perfectly. And thank you for playing Pfizer goes both ways, because it does. Because they thought that Pfizer, as in, you know how they got the 5-Visey warrant to spy on a sitting, shall we say, someone that was going for the presidency, which is illegal, that it goes both ways, and they can use Pfizer as well to do what they did to President Trump. That's why Q says Pfizer goes both ways, because they got the goods. That's why Q says we got it all. They used the rule of law, the court of law, they used all the mechanisms And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for them to pay the price publicly. Obama, the king, Hillary, the queen, all of them, all the traitors are all going to be exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's coming. And it's coming in spades. Oh, don't you worry. How amazing is that? And I've got much, much more on my decodes. This is just the start of it. I've got a lot more, ladies and gentlemen, on Obamagate, on Epstein connections, on so much things. So now it's time for everyone to show their appreciation. Thumbs up, great comments. Let's share this around the place. Let's empower people with the real facts and receipts, the real truth that you get here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. Now let's move on to the next thing, which is crypto, which is very fundamental. I know a lot of people have been saying, FCB, what's going on? What's going on with the crypto? What's President Trump talking about? Well, all done by design. What is the Genius Act? Well, literally, he is a genius. The thing is, you've got to realize what President Trump is really doing. What is this Genius Act all about? What's the bill all about? The Genius Act, ladies and gentlemen, is basically a Trojan horse. Hidden in the bill, known as the Genius Act, it could create the biggest crash in cryptocurrency has ever faced. You heard correctly. Because the Act is about to tighten up the rules of stablecoins, exchange, and all the disclosures. It could wipe out Tether, which is the stable coin. Okay, Tether is something that holds together the stable coin, ties it in with a commodity, the US dollar, known as USDT, and crypto. That holds the whole market together. Its coin, USDT, is vital for the daily crypto trading. But here is the very thing, ladies and gentlemen, that it can be its own undoing. Tether has never undergone an audit, which simply means this, meaning it hasn't even proven how much crypto reserves that it has. I mean, just this week, it created billions of these USDTs, digital dollars magically appearing from nowhere, generated on the blockchain again. Helping to push artificially, ladies and gentlemen, Bitcoin, because people want to know how the value of Bitcoin went up. That was done by design. It was done because the amount of USDT dollars that were magically generated on the blockchain helped push the value of Bitcoin to an all-time high. Now, this bill, in effect, what it does, like stable coins and companies like Tether, they will have to deal with real audits. They've never been audited before. Oh, that's the facts, evidence, and receipts right there. Don't you worry, I've got plenty of them. Transparency requirements are needed, and reserve checks are required under this Genius Act bill. And you know the thing is, they laughed at him when he said, oh, that Genius Act was named after me. And they all laughed at him, just like they laughed at him. And I'll show you they laughed at him before, back in the day in October 2024. When he said about that he was going to write on a little piece of paper about the amount of Bitcoin that he was going to use to destroy the debt. The genius of this man. All the things Tether has been avoiding for many, many years. Don't you worry. I'm going to bring it all out on the table today. So what happens if they get ordered and there's nothing to back it up? Not very good, is it? And Tether can it support its claims? No, it can't. You're staring at a liquidity black hole across the market, which basically it's going to freeze exchanges, the trade volumes disappear, and other coins plummet down in value. Audits and accountability, genuine stability could be Tether's downfall, and that is to do with stablecoin. How amazing is that, ladies and gentlemen? Did you all get that one? It's amazing, isn't it? The genius act of this man. Now, let's go into some fun facts, okay? Because people got to get what this is all about. The Genius Act stands for Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for the US Stablecoins, establishing guardrails and consumer protections for stablecoins. The bill also creates a legal category for stablecoins and establishes clear boundaries for which digital currencies could be referred to as stablecoins. So, put it this way, there's never been an audit. The Genius Act, basically, it provides consumer protections. Therefore, when the regulators come knocking on the door, guess what? We come to see how much reserves you have. And if you've been lying, straight down the shitter you go. Now, do you see also the genius of President Trump? He's an absolute genius, isn't he? Oh, we love President Trump. And we know what he's really all about, don't we? Yes. Let's talk about liquidity, what that means. So you've obviously heard about liquidity. Liquidity is the cryptocurrency. Let's put it to the cryptocurrency, what liquidity means. Number one, it refers to how easily an asset, meaning crypto, can be bought and sold without significantly affecting its price. So they can buy, sell cryptocurrency without having that fluctuation, therefore having stability. High liquidity means there are many buyers and sellers, making it easier to trade. The higher the liquidity, the easier it is to trade. The low liquidity means there's something getting sucked into some black hole. So it's sucking a liquid and it's drawing it to somewhere else, like Bitcoin. I know, I'll give you an example of what we call low liquidity, and then also what it means to be in a liquidity, shall we say, black hole. Now, low liquidity means that there are fewer participants that are trading and causes large price swings up and down. That's why you get those instabilities. Up and down. Because something is sucking, sucking the value, known as Bitcoin. Oh, don't you worry about that. Bitcoin's been sucking it all up. Liquidity black hole. That's why I got the black hole up there. The idea of Bitcoin acting as a liquidity black hole is a concept gaining traction in financial discussions, suggesting that Bitcoin is absorbing all the attention. Remember the hype. Everyone wants Bitcoin. So the more greed you create, the more hype you create, the more significant the capital and the attention, the more Bitcoin is going to absorb those investments. In other words, the liquidity. Right? Which means then you're going to have issues. Okay? Bitcoin is absorbing the significant capital, which is basically at the potential expense. So it's going to affect the other crypto assets like XRP and all the other stuff. It's all going to affect it because all that liquidity black hole is being absorbed, okay, by Bitcoin. The idea draws an analogy, so it's an analogy based on a black hole in astrophysics, where gravity pulls everything. So basically nothing escapes a black hole, not even gravity. And suggests that Bitcoin's growing influence is drawing in the liquidity and the attention from other areas of the financial system. So it's basically everyone wants in with Bitcoin. And that, you think about it, the more attention Bitcoin gets, the more it goes up in price. That's called driving up the greed. Bitcoin's increasing market capitalization and trading volume along with a growing number of investments. So the more investors, the more volume, the investing that they do in Bitcoin. Okay, less other, shall we say, capital is being put into or investments into other cryptocurrencies, which therefore it brings down because the demand is simply low. As more money flows into the Bitcoin, it becomes less available for other investments, potentially impacting the liquidity of the markets, causing, problems, instability. Does everybody get it so far? Hopefully you're getting it. Okay? You're all getting it, right? What I'm saying. What is stablecoin? Okay? Let me explain to you what stablecoin is. Stablecoin, a cryptocurrency, so it's a cryptocurrency like you got like Tether. It's pegged, it's connected. That's why the word tether. So stablecoin is basically, it provides stability. That's what it's been designed to do. Now, this particular cryptocurrency is connected, pegged, or tied into currency like USDT, which is USDT stands for United States dollar, okay, T for Tether. Now, Tether hasn't had an audit. The Genius Act is going to allow it to be audited, and guess what? If it doesn't have the reserves that it says that it does, see you later. Now, it can be tied into a commodity like gold, silver, that sort of thing, or a financial instrument such as cryptocurrency. And we're going to go through this so people can get what's the differences. Now, stablecoin is basically a 1-to-1 ratio. So, for example, one stablecoin, which is, there you go, USDT is a stablecoin. Tether is the connection, the arrangement that is between the dollar and the stablecoin that's been created. Will give you $1 exactly USD. Now you think about it, there are countries that have been sanctioned, countries that are, use it for criminality. Well, not only countries, but places, people. We know that was used for human trafficking, yes, child trafficking and everything else. But then you think about it, you don't need, if you've got a sanction and your banks are being sanctioned, but no, you don't have to worry about it because you got the Tether. You got this going on. We're going to go through that. So you can see that basically that's what the arrangement is. Now, think about this. What if the dollar was to crash? And we know we're expecting the Fed to be destroyed, don't we? As per the Q drop says, that gold shall destroy the Fed. Right? We've heard that. So, what happens is, if this goes down here, well, let's have a look what happens. Number one, stablecoin is pegged and connected to the US dollar. Dollar for dollar value. I've proven it and I've shown you. Dollar collapses, the tether function that it's got. You've got USDT that provides that tether between the stable coin and the currency. Finished. Basically, that little connection right there is severed. The function fails, and then you got USD dollars, it goes down the shitter. No, sorry. Stable coin is not going to save you. In fact, that arrangement gets disconnected. That's the reality of it. Now, how does stablecoin work? Stablecoin attempts to peg their market value to some external reference, meaning fiat currency, which is what I showed you, the US dollar. Also, they are more useful than volatile cryptocurrency, such as, you know, all these others that are out there, as a medium of exchange. Stablecoin may be pegged to currency like US dollar, the price commodity of commodity, the price of a commodity such as gold, silver, and all that. But the other thing that it also can be tethered to is cryptocurrency using algorithmic formulas and an arrangement basically where what it does is to get one stable coin, you might need 3, say, you know, dollars worth of XRP. So therefore it uses the algorithm. Say, if, for example, XRP falls or whatever other cryptocurrency falls, it's got that buffer. Okay, so that's how it works. Now, as I said, this drops, this, forget about it, disconnects. It's like you're in a relationship, the relationship was amazing, someone did something dirty, then that arrangement was cancelled, they left. That's exactly what Tether will do. In the end, it will say goodbye. Now, Tether, ladies and gentlemen, have been responsible for, yes. What has Tether done? Tether had the power using Bitfinex. Oh, don't you worry, I'm going to go through the history of that, of Tether, to manipulate the market, because everyone thinks, how did Bitcoin go up? What do they do? Oh, they manipulate things. This is a legal website, by the way. Bitfinex and Tether had the power to and did manipulate the market on an unprecedented scale to profit and boom and bust cycles they created. They did it, and they've been busted. Back in 2017 to 2018, Tether printed 2.8 billion USDT stablecoins and used it to flood Bitfinex exchange and purchase other cryptocurrencies. This artificially inflated demand for the cryptocurrencies and caused the price to spike. Oh, don't you worry, the audit's coming. People don't realize that, the days are pretty much numbered. It's not going to be looking very good for those people that are going to be relying on their cryptocurrency. No, it's going to go through a lot of, shall we say, a huge shake-up. Yes, a huge shake-up, ladies and gentlemen. A massive one. And unfortunately, those that were sitting there worshipping their cryptocurrency, we love you, Bitcoin, and we love you this, and no. We didn't get into that for this movement. President Trump is going to give you a nice little reminder very soon. That's why the Genius Act is a genius. And they were laughing at him recently when he said about saying, oh, they named it after me. And they were all laughing in that room, all of them, but they didn't know they were laughing at a genius. They knew what he was saying. No, actually, they didn't know what he was saying. They were laughing at him. But President Trump knew what he meant. So they can laugh as much as they want. Because guess what? Tether is going down. They haven't been audited. Their corruption, as far as what they did with Bitcoin and driving it up artificially, is going to be exposed. Their reserves, when they get audited, and they're going to see that they've been making up, yes, Lutnick's connected. Don't you worry, good old Lutnick's connected to this. I'll show you that as well. And that's what I'm saying. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Hence why he's got Lutnick and all these others that are part of his cabinet. Setting him for a big, massive fall. A big crash. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. We've got to know what we're talking about here. Because you know what? Everything that I'm producing right now is based on facts and receipts. And anyone that wants to sit here and dispute it, you can't. You know it's all true. I'm explaining it all based on all the facts. You just got to deal with your greed, unfortunately. Bitcoin was the world's first decentralized cryptocurrency. So that was the first one. Okay, it was created by somebody that nobody knows about. That doesn't know that he really exists. Right? How's that one grab you? Right? Now, what is cryptocurrency price manipulation? Oh, they've been doing it. The cryptocurrency market, by its very nature as an illiquid market, is an easy target for manipulation given the inherent price volatility. Lack of regulation? Oh, yes. The lack of regulation is stopped. The Genius Act will be putting an end to all that. And dearth of significant price anchors that come with the institutional capital investments. Tether is the central authority over the crypto. There we go. The central authority over the crypto assets known as Tether or USDT. While most cryptocurrencies are not backed by a tangible asset, stablecoin, such as the USDT, are attractive to investors because of its pegging facility. Because it itself is a tangible asset that it can peg itself to a tangible asset like dollar, like the gold, silver, whereas Bitcoin, it cannot. Right? It can't do that. And neither, ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you something that is fact. And people got to get it, that I'm about the facts and some receipts. And let me break it down for you. And I'm doing it here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. There's a lot of people out there that go around and bullshit their ass off. Now, let's have a look at Binance. And everyone knows that Binance is the king, like they're one of the major players to do with the exchanges, right? Cryptocurrency. Let me show you what this garbage is out there, and there's a lot of it. This is an example. Number one, these entities are being fact-checked. They go around, like the Ripple Queen on Twitter, that's one example, that uses false information, deception and lies to create a following. Like many others out there that play the game. This is exactly like the RV bullshit, right? Oh, it's going to go through the moon. Has everyone heard that? Has everyone heard all these? Now ask yourself, why do you hear these influencers? That's the key word right there. Like Mr., shall we say, what's that crypto clown? I mean, there's quite a few of them out there. But there's quite a few that go out there and they create hype. Now think about what does hype do. Remember, cryptocurrency is not backed by gold. No. XRP is not backed by gold and XLM is not backed. I was going to show you the facts and some receipts, ladies and gentlemen, today. Right? What have you been hearing out there is a bunch of garbage. That XRP is backed by gold. That XLM is backed by silver. The only thing that can attach itself to a commodity is stable coin. Fact. The other thing is fact as well is this XRP, this business of it being backed by gold. These entities like the Ripple Queen and all these other players that are out there, and you hear them time and time. I've looked at them. I've looked at them. And these influencers, what do? They influence. They try to influence and create greed in the market. So, in other words, XRP, for example, right? There's a main player that does it. And he goes out there, and I've seen him. And he goes out there and he keeps pushing the rhetoric. XRP is going through the moon. It's going to be 1,000. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. Blah, blah, blah. Create the hype. Because what they're trying to do is by creating, you know how it works, fear and greed, right? Let's go through that. We've got to go through the facts and some receipts because then they can't dispute a damn thing. And they won't be able to dispute a damn thing because they know that my facsimile receipts are on point. Right? Now, everything works with fear and greed in their little, market, so to speak. Now, is that something that you want to be tied to? Is that two lovely attributes to me? That's the attributes of Satan. So in other words, the influencers go out there and it's a whole system. So you think about this, right? These entities that go out there and that cryptocurrency is based on thin air. The ones that we speak about like XRP, XLM and all these others, thin air. It's all hype. It's all basically they create the demand. So you get all these influencers. These influencers create an echo chamber effect, right? They go out there and they push the hype to drive the greed. When they drive the greed, which means the demand, that drives up the value of the coin or the crypto. Now you think about it, the more influencers are out there talking about XRP, and there's plenty of them. Think about why people have invested in XRP, because they thought it was going to be backed by gold. And XLM, backed by silver. But who were the ones saying it? It certainly wasn't Binance. It certainly wasn't those players that know about crypto. It certainly wasn't Ripple. It certainly wasn't Stellar. They weren't going out there and saying it, were they? It was these entities going out there and spreading deceptions, lies, creating fear of missing out to drive up the fear. Sorry, to drive the fear into greed. When you create a demand, because everyone's on that pretense of, oh yes, I remember XRP, it's going to go through the moon. It's going to go through the moon. It's going to go through the moon. It becomes part of the mantra. It's going to be connected to gold. It goes through the echo chamber. The more people that believe it, the more the fear goes up, so that the greed goes up, the more money everyone makes that is invested in this crypto. It's driven by nothing. In other words, it's driven by a bunch of hot air idiots. That's what it is. It's not connected to gold. It's not connected to silver. That is fact. And they got nothing to prove that it is. Nothing. I mean, after all, you got Binance going out there and fact-checking him and explaining that it's not. Ripple, Stellar telling you that it isn't. So where do they get their information from? The bottom of a cornflakes packet? No, they do it deliberately by design. I'll tell you why. Number one, money. Money is the driver. Their greed is the driver. As I said, they create their own little echo chamber. And then in this movement, ladies and gentlemen, there is so many of them. So many of them that go around and spread lies. And they're the ones that are enriching themselves, because after all, they're attracting those that don't bother to do their research. They believe the garbage because everyone wants to get rich. Everyone wants a better life. So obviously they're attracted. It's the scam. Now think about this. They go out there, they drive the greed. Therefore, it drives the price of that crypto through, gets it higher and higher and higher. The more people they convince, the more investors they convince, the more money they make. Now, you think about these people that go around doing this. They're being enabled by social media. They're being monetized. They have got millions of followers. They're making money after money. They've got a huge... Can you see how it all works? They have got a huge following. That following have got people that listen to them. It expands. It's an echo chamber. They all got connections to one another. Now you think about it, you drive that thing, oh, you're going to miss out. If you don't invest in XRP now, you're going to miss out. If you don't do this, you're going to miss out. Well, what about the people that missed out on Bitcoin? Do you think that's all fair, what this whole system that's been set up? I didn't go out in the streets, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure you didn't, to go and fight out for everyone to go and get, greedy. Remember, what was this movement been based about? The children. What has this movement been about? The true freedom, the knowledge. And also, what do we said? That what is this all about in the end? It's about unity, working together, money being down the equation. In other words, it's about us working together, humanitarian projects the proper way. Not the bullshit Zim crap that Mr. Ward and all these other clowns have gone out there and said about RV and this. That's fake. That's a bunch of garbage. The dinars and this and that. Seriously. And we're still waiting. Oh, look, don't you worry. I've been a victim. I'm not a victim, but I bought into that little shit where we all got the dinars and the dongs and all that. Oh, no, the RV's happening next week. How many years now it's been? How many years has it been since they continued on with this rhetoric? When are we going to get real and look at the facts and some receipts? What does Q tell us? To expose, to show the truth, to show based everything on facts. Well, I'm doing it. Now, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, XRP is not backed by gold. Fact. No, XRP is not backed by gold. Its value is not pegged to the price of gold or any other real-world asset. Fact. Fact. In fact, Binance fact-checked and said on March the 11th, 2025, a Twitter user called Ripple Queen dropped a wild claim in their community post that XRP will be supported by $2,953.62 price of gold. This online storm set off a storm in the crypto world, especially among the XRP fans. People started buzzing on social media. That's how easy it is to create the greed based on bullshit and hype. And that's exactly what this idiot did. Ripple knob, okay? People started buzzing on social media trying to figure out what it meant. Was XRP, digital coin from XRP Ledger, about to get pegged to gold at the exact price? The number of $2,953.62 sounds so specific. Yes, it sounds so specific that it was ridiculous. It made folks wonder if something big was brewing. In other words, because it was so specific, people think that, oh yeah, she knows. The queen knows. Queen of bullshit. Then they use hashtags like hashtag Ripple, hashtag XRP Army, and help it spread fast. And when you spread it fast like wildfire, it obviously goes out to the gullible. And the gullible believe the garbage. Even though Ripple, and the creators, it's not pegged to gold. It's not connected to gold. No, bugger, we're not going to listen to the facts and some receipts. We're going to listen to the Ripple Queen. We're going to listen to those idiots out there that continue on and enable them. The tweet sparked instant chatter. Some folks got thrilled. Oh yes, they got thrilled because their greed kicked in. Imagining XRP hitched to gold, which might lock in a solid value jump. Another user chimed in with a twist, arguing that XRP didn't even need gold. There's another one. Since it's already tied into real things like tokenized houses. Can you believe that people believe in these fairy tales when the actual creators tell you that it's not connected, and those like Binance that are in the exchange business, they're telling you that it's not connected. Seriously. When are people going to wake up? They gave an example of 5 million house turned into XRP tokens would carry that house's worth deal during a deal. It was a solid point about the XRP ledger's works with real world assets. Okay, so they're basically, oh yeah, and then the questions started popping up everywhere for the good old Ripple coin. Who's saying this? I'd love to believe it, but where is the proof? Yes. That's the $1 million question right there, or shall we say, yeah, $5 million question, Ripple coin. Where is your proof? Yes. And that's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. Not enough people here, I'm not talking about us here, but not enough people ask the questions. Where's your facts, evidence, and receipts? They want it from me, and I give it willingly. But when the others say the garbage, when the others try to drive up the greed, when the others spread their bullshit, how come someone won't pull them up and say, where's your proof? No, because if they do, they're being ridiculed. Now, I'm reading off Binance. Others wondered if Ripple, the company behind XRP, had a secret plan. They got a secret plan. The precision of that gold. So do you see how rumors start? Hearsay, how it starts? Yes. Because guess what? Everyone starts to wonder things, and then from the wondering, that becomes hearsay. The hearsay goes all around the echo chamber, and then it becomes fact. But it's not fact because it's hearsay. And we know that hearsay is basically garbage. Right? The precision of gold, but no one could pin down where it came from. It's like everything else. When you ask somebody, where did you get that information from? So-and-so. So then it's like, where did it come from? And it came from some dickhead. That's where it came from. The chatter grew louder as more folks piled in, some hype, some doubtful. Then the cracks started showing. Dig around Google on Ripple's official page, and there's not even a hint. There we go. FCB's right again. I've been right all along, ladies and gentlemen. No hint of XRP linked to gold at 2,953.62 anywhere close. In fact, it's been called out to be a baseless and fake rumor with no evidence, not even a shred of evidence. So who are we going to listen to? The delusional fools out there that go out there and they know what they're doing. They think we're a bunch of fools. They think that we are the ones to eat their garbage. Not anymore. I'm empowering people with the truth, and I implore people to go and ask them where's their proof, since they even Ripple, the creators of XRP, are telling you it's not attached to gold. So this is what I'm saying. Oh yes, there's plenty of that crap going on. And I've seen it. The Ripple coin has no substance. Crypto fans are annoyed, saying it's just noise from the Ripple coin, not just from the Ripple coin. It's been from a lot of these clowns out there, and you know who they are, ladies and gentlemen. I don't need to sit there and write it down for you. You know which clowns are out there playing that little Ripple game, the gold game, the virtual gold game, and all that kind of shit with it. That's where we got to get real. No, XRP is not backed by gold. XRP is a digital asset that derives its value from its utility in the XRP ledger from public marketing trading, not to any physical like gold. There you go. There you go. So are we going to believe the garbage? Are we going to believe it? No, XRP is not. There we go, another one. XRP is currently not backed by gold. I mean, how many examples do you need? How many examples? Is not backed by gold. XRP is not backed by gold. Its value is not pegged to the price of gold or any world asset. Does everybody in the chat get it now? Can everyone see that I've given you all the facts, evidence, and receipts to show you that it's not backed by gold? In fact, you know, you're seeing an example of the Ripple Queen going out there. And, oh, yes, no, she's still out there spreading her garbage, by the way. I don't know how that's possible. Another thing is, XLM is not backed by silver. Fact. No, Stellar Lumens, the maker of XLM, is not directly backed by silver. Stellar Lumens is the native cryptocurrency of the Stellar network, which is designed for fast and cheap cross-border payments, not a silver-backed asset. Well, I'm sorry, Neil, but you know what, Neil? It's about time that you knew the truth, and many others. It's about time that people knew the truth and they come here, the Freedom Channel broadcast, and you're going to get the truth. And you know President Trump is doing it by design to waken people up. No, this is from Stellar Luna, ladies and gentlemen. The ones that created, the ones that Stellar Network. No, this is from them. No, Stellar Lumens, XLM is not directly backed by silver. Stellar Lumens is not. Basically, Stellar Lumens is the native currency of the Stellar network, which is designed for fast cross-border trade. This is from their website. So who are we going to believe? The delusional fools out there? The ones that are doing it deliberately to roll the people? Are we going to believe their garbage anymore? Thank you. And this is the thing. Can you believe that people believe their little fairy tales? Hopefully they won't anymore. Hopefully they get the truth. Like they watch this show, and I'm sure they don't want to watch this show because they don't want to, they don't want to believe the truth. They want to believe the fairy tales that has been spread out there, the lies, the deception. They want to continue on with that rhetoric, don't they? They don't realize that the days of crypto, shall we say, you can see what's going on. They've been having a little good run. Would you say, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, that what they've been doing is criminal? Let's see what your answers are. Would you say those that have been going out there manipulating people, lying, deceiving, using their influence, that's why they call them influencers, to drive up the price of all these things artificially? Yeah, I agree, Avonflower. I totally agree. I think there should be jail. I think there should be punishment for those. Yes, treason. Yes, Carol, treason. Because as far as I'm concerned, they've committed treason. They've lied and they've done it willingly. And I think it's about time that they started packing up shop. Because don't you worry, soon all the scams, think about this, they don't realize that the Genius Act, and I've shown you using the facts, evidence, and receipts, has been created to what? It's been created for a reason. It's basically given the teeth that it's needed. The Genius Act. And President Trump is the genius. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry. See, the thing is, they laughed at him. You remember? Oh, yes, they laughed at him. Let me roll a little video to remind people what's coming their way very soon. Are you ready? Here we go.
I think crypto's got a great future. I think it really does. Maybe we'll pay off the $35 trillion in crypto. I'll write out a little piece of paper, 35 trillion crypto. We have no debt. Right? That's what I like, right? He likes that idea too, he's laughing.
Did you like that, ladies and gentlemen? That was a good one, wasn't it? A nice little truth bomb right there. That's on the FCB's truth bombs. You can go and, yeah, even Coco says, put it out there. Let's go and smash it out there. Now, they all laughed at him. Yes, they all laughed at him. They all thought he was mucking around, didn't they? Let's go back to the day of, shall we say, September the 25th, 2024. Have a look at this. Maybe we'll pay off $35 trillion in crypto, sorry, not dollars. How do you like that? You heard what he said. I'll write it on a little piece of paper. Think about it. Why the paper? It represents fiat currency. In other words, fiat currency is useless, just like that. There's no backing. He said the paper because, think about it. What is fiat currency? It's nothing more than paper. It's not backed by anything. It's like crypto. It's not backed by anything. A little piece of paper, 35 trillion, and we have no debt. And they laughed at him. Yeah, they won't be laughing at him very soon. Don't you worry, because now that the facts and receipts are all presenting itself, what does Trump really mean? Well, we know what that means. It's basically he's going to use crypto to destroy the Fed. Okay, look at that. Well, we know, think about it. Gold shall destroy the Fed. Well, if stablecoin is also connected to gold, we know what's going to happen. And you know, stablecoin is connected to the US dollar as well. All you have to do is destroy the US dollar and it's game over. And look at that. Maybe we'll pay off 35 trillion in crypto, he said. How do you like that? I'll write it on a little piece of paper. 35 trillion crypto. We have no debt. Lovely. And as I said, no, they won't be laughing at President Trump very soon, because people have got to get, what does Covfefe mean? Covfefe Act. When they say Covfefe means this right here, means President Trump's previous tweets are on record. social media, to do with social media, all these tweets. One of them, ladies and gentlemen, is in July the 11th, 2019. He said, I am not a fan of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, which are not money, and whose values is highly volatile and based on thin air. Well, he just showed you. He said, I'll write on a little piece of paper. That's based on thin air. You know, you got the debt that is based on thin air. And on the other hand, you've got the other thing that's based on thin air. So he's going to write it on a piece of paper and it's all sorted. You know what I mean? Unregulated crypto assets can facilitate unlawful behavior. Yes. Let me show you this. Remember when he did the Genius Act, and it's to obviously regulate and to allow audits, think about it, regulation. Regulators. Regulations. Regulators. The ones that regulate, the ones that enforce, they go there and they check everything out to make sure everything's above board. But the fact is, ladies and gentlemen, that Tether is not. And you know that Tether connects all the crypto. It's going to be great. It's going to be great times. Absolutely amazing times, because the truth is going to come out. And it's not going to be great for a lot of people, but for us it will be. Let's talk about this. This is in Wikipedia. Tether, number one, is referred to as the currency code USDT. United States dollar tethered, T. Tether has reported to have 118.4 billion in reserves, including 5.3 billion in excess reserves. Did you know, fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, that Tether is owned by a company called iFinex, a company that is based where? The good old British Virgin Island. Let me think about that one. What are we seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen? Epstein Island? Yes. Epstein Island is in the US Virgin Islands. But we've also got all that nefarious stuff going on in Necker Island and the British Virgin Islands, as you know, Pirates of the Caribbean. You know where this is going, ladies and gentlemen, all the legal shit, right? Yeah, I know, don't you worry. So basically, Tether's been owned by the British Virgin Islands, because anything and everything goes over there. Just like, think about this, just like Puerto Rico, where they got the IRS, and you know they're untouchable because of the, I know they're touchable, thanks to President Trump, but they're on their own little foreign piece of land. And because they're on their own little foreign piece of land, they can get away with murder, just like these knobs here, British Virgin Island. Right, now, there we go, which also operates Bitfinance. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, how dodgy the whole thing is? Tether Holdings Limited is incorporated in the British Virgin Islands. Oh, don't you worry, because everything connects up. What goes on in those little islands over there? Isn't it child trafficking? You're correct. All that nefarious stuff, you're correct. Oh yeah, they happen to have offices. Have a look. The two main places, British Virgin Islands, we know what goes on all over there, all that naughty stuff. And then Switzerland, which is the good old Rothschilds, you know, the domain there, it's all neutral, all the filth is there, you know, the devil's seat, so forth and so forth. You know, all to do with those international laws, you know, that crap, it's all over there. The World Health Organization, the United Nations, all that crap is right there at the devil's seat, you know, in Switzerland. So it's only fitting that this entity tethers itself over there as well. And did you know, fun fact, as I said, without giving details, and has never submitted an independent audit? Can you see the genius of what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? The Genius Act, yes. So it's never submitted an independent audit. In other words, no one knows what they really got. And the thing is, guess what? That Genius Act that President Trump done, basically this. Knock, knock, who's there? Regulators, regulators who? We're here to screw you in the ass. All right, finished. See you later. Okay? We're here to check what you got. When those regulators come knocking on that door, okay, they see that they've been lied to. What they've been telling people, what Mr. Lutnick, shall we say, has been telling people to what is really there is basically finica la musica. It's going to be a crash that the world has never witnessed before in their lives. They haven't been audited. You can see red flag after red flag after red flag after red flag. Oh, don't you worry, they're linked to BlackRock. Oh, don't you worry, the connections are all coming up. Don't you worry about that one. They're all connected to this filth. President Trump is a genius. And they laughed at him again. Don't you worry, I'm going to show the video. We're going to have a laugh again. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We're winning. And we're winning big. And don't you worry if these people with the crypto sitting there now. If I was you, I'd be getting out of that crypto shit. Because when this shit hits the fan and they bring out the Genius Act, well, it's been signed. Oh, yes, no, it's been signed. You saw that the other day. They were sitting there laughing and carrying on and popping the champagne. No, don't do that. Because basically it's the end. Okay? That's what it is. Now, Tether Limited is fully owned by a subsidiary of British Virgin Islands. We know that's all connected to that child porn, child filth that's going on over there. Oh, yes, Tether manages the United States dollar transaction with the Taiwanese banks. And we know what Taiwan is. We know who created that one. We know that was all done by design, just like North Korea's CIA black site. Okay? Remember, they've got to do all these little nefarious transactions right underneath their very noses. You know what I mean? That's what you got to do. Right underneath your nose. And I'm doing it all with the facts and receipts. And I know people are going to get pissed. They're going to get angry, but this is all the facts and receipts, ladies and gentlemen. You can't dispute it. You just cannot dispute the facts and receipts, and it's up to you. You want to go and continue on with your crypto? Well, go right ahead. Continue on with it, but when the time does come and things get slammed, well, don't blame me. Don't say FCB didn't warn me. It's all out in the Freedom Channel broadcast. The truth has all been out there. I've been showing you all the truth, and what you do with that. People can't say that FCB didn't warn them. No. We've been warning you for a very long time. In fact, the amount of people that I've lost because of the crypto greed, because they thought about the XRP being backed by gold, but now I'm showing you all the facts and receipts. I'm showing you all the truth. You know, you can't blame anybody else but yourself. When the shit hits the fan, and you could see that they've never been audited. Well, how did you think they're going to tank this thing? It needs to make sense to the mass consciousness, doesn't it? Just like everything has to be done, as Q says, by the rule of law in the court of law. Now, that's the rule of law. President Trump created the Genius Act because he's a genius. He knows what he's doing. Don't you worry about that. Now, as I said, let's scroll down. Bitfinex exchanges Tether for Bitcoin. And what did it do? It drove up the price of Bitcoin. And who is owning this? It's this mob here. Tether are connected to Bitfinex. Finex, yes. Can you see how it all connects up? So basically, Bitcoin, we know that was used for child trafficking. That's fact. Fact. Can't dispute it. MS-13, we know they're the procurers of child trafficking and all that. President Trump has gone out in the rallies. He said it. What they were doing, all the nefarious things. They were doing the wet work as well for the deep state. What, did you think they were doing it as a charity for free? Do you think they were getting paid by the US dollar, which could be tracked? Think again. They got to be paid by crypto, didn't they? Well, part of that little arrangement was Bitcoin. Well, guess what? Think about this. Why did El Salvador make Bitcoin their basically, legal tender? And where did MS-13 come out of? Good old El Salvador. So can you see how the dots are all connecting up? And they used a deep dark web, obviously, to transact. Oh, no, don't you worry. President Trump is setting it all up. Don't you worry. I'm going to show you this little video of his the Genius Act, and everyone's laughing at him, and they don't realize that he's setting them all up. And I'm going to show you the facts and some receipts. Now, Bitfinex exchanged Tether for Bitcoin, and what it did was drive remember the liquidity. It created more investment. When what happens is when there's more investment, it draws other investors, and that's exactly what happened. It drove artificially the price of Bitcoin through the roof. You see how it all happens. In October the 2023, Paolo Adorno, the one that you will see on the video with President Trump, became the Chief Technology Officer of Tether, and he was promoted to CEO. Now, back in the day, ladies and gentlemen, the Wall Street Journal reported that Tether had been increasingly showing up in investigations to do with money laundering, financing terrorists, and sanction invasions. Lovely, isn't it? And obviously, other nefarious activities. Tether announced that it planned to invest about $500 million over the next 6 months to become the world's top Bitcoin miners. Now think about this. You want to continue to drive Bitcoin through the roof. Well, invest in it. Can you see how it works? By Tether doing what it's doing, Bitfinex that's connected to Tether, pushing Bitcoin. It's basically creating what we call a liquidity black hole. That's why you saw Bitcoin go through the roof, and then all the other cryptocurrencies weren't doing as well as Bitcoin, because all the liquidity, all the interest, all the investments were being sucked in to Bitcoin. Does everybody get this? So in other words, everyone was interested in Bitcoin because these people right here were pushing the value up artificially by investing and creating a greed. Then people are drawn to that. Therefore, they're enjoying more investment that's done artificially. They did it back in the day as well here, driving the price of Bitcoin. Now, do people see how easily it is, how they can manipulate the market? How easy it is. Now, think about why Bitcoin was created. Well, I just showed you in that video. How did you think in scripture where it says buy, sell, or trade? What, money? Remember that thing that I showed you? Or did we forget? No, let me remind you. Let me remind you what this is all about. Number one, let's talk about this. Bitcoin was created by an unknown known as Satoshi Nakamoto. El Salvador adopted it as legal tender. Bitcoin, right, was basically used by criminals. It was banned in several countries. Why? Child trafficking. Child trafficking, ladies and gentlemen. That's the reality. The other reality is this, that President Trump has to do what he has to do. Have a look at this number right here. Does anyone know what that means? That's a pattern number. That number there, remember, we talk about computers. Computers work in binary, zeros and ones. So if 0 is off, let's look at these numbers right here. Remove the zeros, and what do we have in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? What pattern number do we have in the chat? Let's see if anyone gets it. So if ones are on and zeros are off, you've left with the whole numbers there. What number do you see right there in the chat? And this is a pattern number. Let's see if anyone gets it. Correct, Penny? 666. The mark of the beast. What does it say in scripture? Doesn't it say that you can't sell or trade? Right? That no man might buy or sell unless he has the mark of the beast. The name of that beast or the number, this calls for wisdom. Let one who understands and calculates. We calculated it. The number of the beast, for it is the man of man, and his number is 666. It is the number of a man, and his number is 666. We know that Bill Gates was the one to bring out that pattern. Fact. Is that what you wanted for your children? I didn't. I don't know about you, but I didn't want that for my children. Let me show you that what it was going to do was we were going to be walking around as slaves. The energy that we were creating using body activity, remember, these coins, okay, need energy. You need energy to operate, to make these coins, to generate them. Well, we were going to create our energy being slaves, and our body activity was going to be used to mine. Remember, when you're mining for cryptocurrency, you've got to expel a lot of energy. That energy was going to translate to the mining process, and in the end, it was going to create the crypto coin. So think about this. You create that crypto coin and it gets uploaded into the cloud. You're a slave, basically. That's what they had in store for you. Now, I don't know about you, but I didn't want that for our children or for us, for mankind as well. So those are sitting there talking about how wonderful crypto is, think again. Because that's exactly what they wanted in store for you. That's all facts, evidence, and receipts right there. Go and find the pattern. It exists. Why does Q drop 749 say this? Coincidence that the Matrix, the movie, grew people as crops? Used for energy? Well, think about what President Trump is talking about. He says that you need double the amount of energy for AI. Well, right there. You need energy basically to create the cryptocurrency. That's fact. In fact, you need, I don't know, 15 years worth an average home to make one coin. You need equipment. The equipment has become a lot more sophisticated, more expensive to mine these things. So in other words, you think about a coincidence that the movie grew people as crops used for energy and controlled their minds. Sound familiar? Well, it should sound familiar because in other words, what they were trying to do is that exactly. Well, they used our energy. Our energy was the blood or the sweat equity, our work, our labor, that gave value to the zeros and ones. Think about that. You want to know that we're already in digital currency. What, do you think the card that you hold in your hand or the phone that you go around and scan things with? What, do you think that's physical money? That's zeros and ones. That's digital currency. You want to look at it from that perspective? That's digital currency. So anyone that says, oh, you know, digital currency, oh, we go, no, and the fear porn, no, we've already been in it. In fact, when you had it on your card for many years with your credit card and all that, that's been digital currency for many years. So it shouldn't be something that's not new. That card that you hold in your hand, and you know, we've had cards back in the day, bank cards and all that sort of shit. You know what I mean? What I'm talking about? That's digital currency. Even though you used to go and swipe and all that kind of crap, that was still going through digital. It wasn't tangible. What do you think when you slide and tap and this? It's all digital currency. What they've been doing is preparing us and acclimatizing us to that right there. So in other words, you've seen the little chip, RFID chip, all that sort of crap, the tattoo, whatever it is. They've been getting us ready for that. You think about it. You're the frog. You're in the water. Oh, it's a beautiful, nice, it's getting warmer and warmer. And before you know it, you're bloody dead. Well, that's us. They were acclimatizing us for that. So is that something that you wanted for your family and your your loved ones and for everybody's children? For you? I didn't want that. President Trump knew what the take was. That's why Q says it's going to be biblical. Literally is. Everything that we're experiencing right now, that's in Scripture. That's biblical. What I just showed you was in Revelations. It's literally biblical. I want to show you a video clip of President Trump. Because you know what? Back when he was 45, remember the mainstream media, they ridiculed him. Remember he was asked if he was there to save the world against Satanists? Well, guess what? We're here right now. But back then, they ridiculed him.
At the crux of the theory is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals. Does that sound like something you are behind?
Well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to put myself out there. And we are, actually. We're saving the world from a radical left philosophy that will destroy this country. And when this country is gone, the rest of the world would follow.
If America falls, did you hear what he said? Number one, future-proofs past. He's showing you, ladies and gentlemen, well, I've got the God bumps right now watching that video. And we need to remind ourselves that President Trump did not deny him being asked that question. When he was asked about the conspiracy theory about the saving the world from a satanic pedophiles, well, guess what? We're here right now. Right now. It's all coming out. Did you hear what he just says? If this country falls, so does the rest of the world. What does Q says? If America falls, so does the rest of the world. So he's providing a mirror straight there. Straight from the Q drops, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. President Trump has literally saved us from what's going on, what they had installed for us. The thing is, he's got to play the game. He's the master strategist. He's the act. He's the act. His act is absolutely genius. Nothing short than a genius. That's why I call this show The Act of a Genius, because he is a genius. And you can see already, ladies and gentlemen, how he's all lining it up for a kick. And I'm showing you all the facts and some receipts. And I know I'm going to cop flack, but you know what? Who cares? At the end of the day, they can't attack the message because it's all factual. You've seen everything they're providing you is all based on facts and some receipts. Now, let's continue on. As I said, does it sound familiar? They wanted to use us as energy, and I'm showing you using the pattern. Now, control the minds. Well, guess what? They've been controlling the minds using the mainstream media, the system. And they've been using our energy, our sweat equity, to give value to their digital currency, the zeros and the ones that we've been, and the fake fiat currency as well. Wonder where that idea arrived from. What that whole Matrix idea. Now comes the conspiracy label. The deeper we go, the more unrealistic it all becomes. The end won't be for everyone. That choice will be, like, obviously that choice to know will be yours, Q. Very interesting. That's very interesting too, because it's all facts, evidence, and receipts. Is this what you wanted for your children in the chat? Can you please answer? Is this what you wanted for your children? What they had installed was to use you, your children, as a method, and your electricity, your activity, your body activity, which translates to energy, to be able to be, you know, a bunch of miners, okay, walking, talking miners for their cryptocurrency, and to keep you in control. And if you didn't listen, if you didn't praise Satan, their shit that they believed in, guess what? You were cut off. Because remember what it says in Scripture, those who don't receive the good old mark of the beast, okay, you won't be able to buy, sell, or trade. Well, how are they going to do that? Everything's controlled by the cloud. You get your little thing cut off, there's in that your chip. See you later. You're not eating, you're not living, you're not nothing. And that's why I'm glad that people get it. We've got to remember, this is biblical, as Q says. What did you think that it's going to be biblical? It literally means it. Everything that's happening right now is biblical. Now let's get back to this. So in other words, Tether purchased the world's top Bitcoin miners in order to drive up. Think about it. Why do they buy the Bitcoin miners? Number one, to harvest the Bitcoin using the equipment, the electricity. They got it all. They got money coming out of their ass. But also to drive it up the value. How do you drive up the value? Create demand. Well, the more investment in Bitcoin, the more greed they drive, the more money they make. Can you see how they use this to manipulate? Now think about this. The more money that the Bitcoin's worth, the more bang for their buck they get from MS-13 and the gang. So they can procure all those children, all the human trafficking, all the filth that you could possibly imagine. Now, TRM, Tether, was the most used stablecoin for criminal activity throughout 2023. Tether, the one that President Trump is talking about right now, was used for the most criminal activity throughout 2023. And what has President Trump been saying? Remember, all done by design, because everything's been created, he's been in control of everything. Remember what he says, 21 million people, institutions, mental this and, MS-13 and Trent Araga and all that. Yeah. It's all going to connect up. All done by design. Have a look at that. Tether was the most used stable coin for criminal activity, having been connected to $19.3 billion in illicit transactions. Lovely. The amount was larger previous year in 2022, 24.7 billion worth. Now think about this. Is it coincidence that we say never interfere with the enemy destroying itself? No. Linked to criminal activity. Oh, yes. Get ready for this one, ladies and gentlemen. Those that sit there and praise good old what's his name? Howard Lutnick. Tucker exposed him the other day. Remember what he said? Epstein's neighbor for years and years. But not only that, Mr. Lutnick. Oh, yes. Mr. Lutnick. Because he does this little sob story. Oh, I didn't go that day to the towers that day, and that one day I didn't happen to go. Do you remember that, ladies and gentlemen? That one day I didn't happen to go? Yes, I didn't happen to go on that one day, my brother went and he, got killed, blah, blah. They started this foundation. They made a shitload of money. Right? Don't you worry. These bastards, they're really evil. Now, who's the one that runs the show? Cantor Fitzgerald, yes. Did you know that Cantor Fitzgerald have got investments in Rumble and, don't you worry, they've got investments everywhere. According to comments made in January 2024, Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Lutnick, that the company was acting as a custodian. So, in other words, Mr. Cantor Fitzgerald, so the company, think about this, Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Lutnick, the CEO, knows about Tether's reserves. Really now? Then why have they been audited? He's acting as a custodian. Can you see how juicy this is all going to get? When the shit hits the fan, they bring in the auditors thanks to the Genius Act. And then guess what? Lutnick has been lying. Right? Lutnick has been lying. Oh no, Mr. Lutnick, I thought you were the custodian for Tether's reserves. Tether's never been, Tether's never been checked. They've never been audited. Well, guess what? Thank you very much, Genius Act, President Trump. Lutnick might be laughing now and the gang, but they won't be laughing very soon. And neither will Tom Emmer. No. Tom Emmer is greased off as well. He's a cryptocurrency supporter. Another fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, did you know that Tether also profited from its position in gold and Bitcoin? Okay. Tether announced in April 2024, yes, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. If it wasn't enough that they manipulated the market, quite a few times, if it wasn't enough that they're tied in with the British Virgin Islands and Switzerland and all the rest of these nefarious things, if it wasn't enough that they've been involved with criminal activities as far as their coin being used, right? If it wasn't enough, no, that's not enough. Then, and then also Lutnick was acting as the custodian of the Tether reserves, which hasn't been audited as yet, if that wasn't enough either. That Tether also invested $200 million from their excess reserves into the BlackRock Neutro. What does that mean? Does everyone know what that means? Let me tell you what that means. Does everyone know what Neuralink means? Neuralink? Elon Musk. Neuralink? Chip in brain. Right? Does everyone get it so far? Chip in brain? Yeah, well, there's BlackRock's little chip in brain as well. So BlackRock, have created their own little chip in the brain, US-based brain chip company that makes brain-to-computer interfaces, including neural implants that can allow people to control computers and prosthetic arms without moving. Lovely. Anyone here think that it's a great idea to trust BlackRock that created a chip for the brain? Anyone here? And then they know about it. I mean, Lutnick, obviously, he knows all the inside take. Lutnick knows what's really going on. Does everyone think that's a good idea? BlackRock owning they're running a company, that does chips in brains? Let's see. No way. Thank you very much. Avon Flever. It's not a very good idea at all. Okay? That's the thing. And realistically speaking, you could see red flag after 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 red flag, right? And this is all facts, evidence, and receipts, by the way. Yes, thanks, Stephen. Okay. Yes. Not very good at all, is it? Now, Tether was targeted of federal criminal investigation for possible violations of sanctions, which is what, so the United States puts sanctions on countries that have been bad, anti-money laundering. Tether announced $775 million. Oh, yes. In Rumble. That's why you get all the I get all, now it all makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. Now it all makes sense. Because I'm not a crypto lover. Now, because I bring out all the facts and receipts, Rumble doesn't like that. No. Rumble doesn't like that I expose BlackRock with a Neutro little brain chip. Because BlackRock invests also in Rumble. I've shown you that. You know, all these connections to Rumble, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pretty sad state of affairs. No wonder Rumble doesn't pay me the money that I deserve for these shows, because they think I'm bad for business, especially when Rumble kept pushing and trying to push sponsors on me. And now it all makes perfect sense, because if they push sponsors on me, they can tell me, well, we're paying you money, you better do as we tell you, FCB. No. Now it all makes perfect sense, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see how all the dots are connecting? How Tether are connected to Rumble as well. The alternative video hosting platform known for predominantly right-wing use base. And we all know there's no left and right, do we know? We know that, ladies and gentlemen. Do you see how all the dots are connected here by FCB? They don't like that business, do they? They don't like this business going out there at all. How much have I exposed already? How many things have I shown you? In the chat, can you see all the truths based on the facts and some receipts? What's installed for those crypto nuts out there? Really? Oh, yes, no, it's not going to be a very good state of affairs for them, unfortunately. No. Not at all. No, not at all. Because I don't even know what's coming their way with the Genius Act, especially when this genius has brought it on. When we're talking about that genius, we're talking about President Trump, who's the genius. Already I've shown you so much. XRP, XLM, stablecoin. I've shown you the relationships with how it all connects up, you know, and how they all drive the prices up and all the, you know, corruption. Not a very good thing, is it? No. Let's talk about Bitcoin. What's it backed by? Is Bitcoin backed by anything? No, Bitcoin is backed by nothing. Basically, you know, what does backed mean? It means when you say something's backed, it's got to be backed by a commodity like gold. Like stablecoin can be connected to the value of gold or silver. Fiat currency is backed by basically the trust you have in the government stability. Can you believe it? The money is backed by this trust in the government stability rather than a physical asset. Lovely, isn't it? And then it goes on, what's the problem with backed currencies? Because it's connected to a centralization, you know, basically to the Fed and all that kind of crap. Is it true that Bitcoin is backed by nothing? Since the beginning of organized commerce, you humans have looked for sound money currency scarcity. So basically, let me tell you something. Bitcoin, there's only a limited amount. So, in other words, there are still X amount of Bitcoin that need to be mined. But in order to mine these things, you need a shitload of money, right? You need the equipment and you need a shitload of money, okay, to mine these things, okay? Now, it's the scarcity. It's like this. Let me give you an example. So, for example, you got diamonds. Now, you know diamonds, we can talk about that till the cows come home, about the De Beers campaign. They created this artificial value. A girl's best friend, remember? Every girl wanted those diamonds. That was done by the De Beers, their little campaign they run. And it drove the value of diamonds and value up through the roof. So in other words, you get something that's useless, right? Like that doesn't have that kind of value, like diamonds. Along comes the De Beers. Obviously, the De Beers are Zionists. You know, they're all connected to that filth as well. They go around and they say, yep, okay, this is the Babylonian money trick or the Babylonian trick. You get something and they basically something that has no value or little value, and they make it into something that's very valuable. That's part of it. That's what they call it, the trick. Okay? So you think about what's the trick? Well, you create the demand like they do with Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. They drive up the greed, the demand. And therefore, you create the demand and you manipulate the masses. And then guess what? Here we go. We want it. And then there's the supply. So the more demand for something, and what they do is they reduce the supply, even though they've got shitloads of it, like diamonds. They make it out to be, like, really this and valuable. No, it's all like gold. They put it like, under lock and key and this and that. And, oh no, we give it the fake value. We give it the whole, the illusion. And then we restrict it. A good old supply and demand. We drive the demand, the greed through the roof. So this thing about fear and greed, it's all been going on for a very long time. And then you create the demand, and guess what? Restrict the supply like Bitcoin. And then that drives the value through the roof. So realistically speaking, it's thin air. That's what it is. Do you see how easy it is to drive up the value of something? You can get, say, for example, say an orange. You make oranges, what you do is you control the orange supply. You take out all the seeds so nobody can grow them. That oranges will go through the roof because you create such a huge demand for it. And you restrict that supply and you do these campaigns like they did with the De Beers and all that. With the diamonds are a girl's best friend, you drive the value up and, oh, how much do you think your woman's worth? Do you see that little campaign over there? And the woman says, yeah, how much do you think I'm worth? How about a year of your salary? That's how much I'm worth. You know what I mean? And that's how they do it, ladies and gentlemen. It's the biggest bullshit money trick they can do on people, on humanity. And they've been doing it for a very long time. And it's the same thing with Bitcoin. Create the demand, drive up the greed, restrict the supply, and that's what gives value to Bitcoin. It's the scarcity. The scarcity, Bitcoin supply is permanently capped at 21 million coins. The fixed supply means that Bitcoin is designed to be scarce and cannot be diluted by inflation. This is why Bitcoin is called digital gold, even though it's not backed by gold, but it's permanently capped. It's like this. You know when you buy something and it says, oh, there's only a limited number, so you better buy now? You've heard that, right? The coins. You know those silver coins, the Trump coins or whatever? Only for a limited time. And you've seen that garbage as well with these other clowns out there. Not President Trump, but these other clowns. They create the coins and they think they can drive the value up because they limit it. They think, think again. That's creating fear of missing out. And we know that Mr. Field Day does that frequently. Fear of missing out, and all the rest of these clown jobs, fear of missing out. So what happens is they create the fear of missing out. And that creates the greed. Oh shit, I'm going to miss out. I better go and buy it. Do you see how easy it is how they manipulate people? It's all about manipulation. You see how cryptocurrency can be manipulated, and like everything else can be as well. Right? That's fact. And I'm showing you this based on all the facts, evidence, and receipts. Now, how about we do a bit of a thumbs up, guys? Take your time now. Let's be in the attitude of gratitude and thank FCB and with the work that I've been doing here and showing you and breaking it down based on all the truth. You can't dispute this. This is all factual. Everything that I've shown you is all factual. They can sit there and try as much as they want, but it's their greed that is getting the better of them. They don't realize that the Genius bill is being designed and is being given teeth for a reason. It's to go after and audit and bring this whole system of debauchery down. Another thing you need to realize on that day, okay, President Trump was representing the United States corporation. After all, this is all acting on the United States corporation, right? And you know, this is all representing that. The gold fringe flags can be seen on here. However, have a look at the curtain. Gold shall destroy, obviously, the Fed. And the Fed is the whole system. Don't think of the Federal Reserve. That's one aspect of it. The Fed is the whole, as we say, enchilada. Those curtains there represents what Q says. Gold shall destroy the Fed. And the Fed is also represented here as well, with the eagle pointing its head to the right direction. And obviously, look at that. All gold, gold fringes. All he's got to do it within that particular venue. Right? It's not a military venue. He's done it under that venue. He's representing POTUS, which is the President of the United States, which is also an executive officer of the Fed. But remember this, in order to bring something down, you got to take control of it, don't you? Well, President Trump is the same thing. In order to bring this whole system down, the Federal Reserve and everything else, the Fed, the whole enchilada, he's got to take control. He's got to be within that realm. And that's what he's doing. And like everything else, he's got to take control of crypto. And that's why he's been absorbing it. That's why he's been putting in this Genius Act to be able to bring this whole system down. The Genius Act, as I've shown you, what it's really all about is regulations. You've seen all the facts and some receipts. You can't dispute it. It's genius, all right. It's genius because the fact is these entities, they've never been audited before for all the things that they've done. What happens on an audit, ladies and gentlemen? All the truth comes out, doesn't it? And remember, what kind of audit? Doge. And think about Doge as artificial intelligence. You know, Doge, ladies and gentlemen, is artificial intelligence. It works in a way, so President Trump is creating that infrastructure to take control over AI as well, because you need to take control over artificial intelligence, otherwise it's going to run rampant. So he's got to create the infrastructure to take control of it. Doge is artificial intelligence. It works at a very fast rate. It knows what to look for, just like it's proven all the other corruption. Oh, don't you worry. That Genius Act is going to be Doge is going to have that thing going, and then it's going to be heads rolling all over the place. You're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, a huge smash. You want to talk about a black swan event? Oh, it will be a black swan event, and I've been saying it, that we're in it. We've been in it for a while now. You're going to see something that you've never seen before. After all, didn't President Trump make Space Force the #1 branch in the military because they control cyberspace? Remember, Space Force came out and says, yeah, we control your ATMs. Have a nice day. Okay, no worries. I'm sure you control everything else. I'm sure you control the whole box and dice, the whole enchilada, the whole financial systems, everything, the stock market, everything's been held up artificially. Oh, don't you worry. It's going to be going boom, right? And these people that are sitting there and jumping up and down and loving their little crypto right now, I don't think you'll be loving it when it's all worth nothing, especially with the Genius Act, because the Genius Act is exactly the teeth that was needed. It was exactly the teeth that was needed to go and regulate and to audit Tether that has never been tethered. And you know, Tether is like the biggest one. Then Tether's been involved in manipulation with Bitcoin and many other nefarious things. Bitcoin driving the price of Bitcoin. Why? So therefore the Bitcoin goes through the roof. It's worth more money. And MS-13 and the gang get more money. It's worth more for those that obviously want to procure things. You know what I mean? It's all going straight down the shitter. So this is the thing. You think about this. Like I've shown you, Tether, USDT, is the connection between the stablecoin USDT, okay, is the connection. Tether is the connection between that stablecoin and the arrangement that it's got with the dollar, 1 for 1. What happens when the dollar and the gold shall destroy the Fed and basically we got a straight down the shitter? What happens then? I've shown you what happens to that arrangement. That arrangement is no longer available. The function ceased to happen. And guess what? It's finica la musica. This is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. You could see that it's all based on facts and receipts. You can't dispute it. Prepare. Because as I said, it's all coming to very soon to everybody. Let's have a look at this. Yes. Let's have a look. Number 1, 7 plus 5 plus 3 equals Q drop 15. Q drop 15, 11.3 marker. And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that we're heading towards that direction as well. Right there. 7 plus 5 plus 3, 15. Q drop 15, 11.3 marker. We know that's where things are heading with Podesta's arrests. We could see how it's all translating. Okay, now, the Genius Act, well, we know what that's all about, creates a simple regulatory framework. Yes, regulatory for regulators to come knocking on the door, and it's time to audit. Time to audit stablecoin, Tether, and to see what nefarious activities and what they've been up to. Dollar-backed stablecoins. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, dollar-backed stablecoins. That represents, obviously, the Fed. That's the Fed represents, obviously, we know who is the world reserve currency. The United States. That represents the Fed. That's on the Federal Reserve as well, with the eagle facing right. And therefore that represents the dollar, and the dollar's connected to the stable coins. How amazing is that? Right, so far so good. Yes. I think we're all going to be rejoicing very soon. Now, it's time for me to play this little video that took place not long ago when he was there. Let's go back to the day when he went there and he spoke about the Genius Act and he was doing the signing and all that sort of stuff. Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he was doing that. And remember, it was all done by design. Okay. Let's have a look at this video.
It's a very important act, the Genius Act. They named it after me, and I want to thank you. I want to thank you. This is a hell of an act.
Oh, yes. They all laughed at him again. We know what that laughter means, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, they laughed at him. Remember about the 31 trillion writing it on the piece of paper? Remember that little laughter back in September last year? They laughed at him too. And they're laughing at him again. And he's saying this Genius Act, yes, it's about me. Because he's actually telling you that he is the genius, and he is. He knows what he's doing. And it's an act. Yes, it's a hell of an act, all right, President Trump. He's actually putting a hell of an act. Because after all, the stage is set. And they're all ready for the massive fall down into the shitter.
You know, I did something very unusual. I said, this has been something, it's been, a lot of people thought it was impossible, some of the things that have been done.
Oh, no. It's been impossible because they know that they've been getting away with it for too long. No regulations, no, shall we say, audits. It's been impossible because those in power knew what they were doing. Good old Obama, yes. They knew what they were doing. They were trading in Bitcoin underneath the ground using their deep web, dark web, with MS-13 to do all their dirty work. Oh, don't you worry. All the dots are being connected up. Thank you very much, President Trump. We know exactly what you mean. You made the impossible possible.
That was something that nobody thought possible. They thought it would be in anywhere from 7 to maybe 3. I'll go the opposite direction, but 3 to 7.
Yes. Mirrors, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone know how important mirrors are? Well, let me show you what mirrors mean. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? President Trump is. He's the champion. Yes, let's go to Q drop 37. Now, President Trump here knows what he's saying, ladies and gentlemen. We know that mirrors are important. What would he say in the opposite direction? Does anyone pay attention, like what he said? 77 to 3, or in the other direction, 3 to 7. Let's go to Q drop 37, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what President Trump's truly saying. Oh yes. Oh yes. This is what I'm saying. There are no coincidences. There are none. Q drop 37. There are true patriots. We will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the republic from those evil bad actors who fought so long, have sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Yes, they've been there, sacrificing the people for their own personal gain. They've been laughing at Trump. Oh, don't you worry. President Trump's been bringing on that little genius act on them. Don't you worry about that one. He knows what he's doing. Can you see, ladies and gentlemen, he said that by giving us comms. 5 of 5, comms are clear, President Trump. You said 7 and then 3. Then you said, let me go the other direction, 3 and 7. Therefore, it equals a mirror, 37. Mirrors are important. And thank you very much for the clear comms. We know that this has been done for a reason. You've given us the comms that you are doing what must need to be done. That there are true patriots that we will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the republic from these evil bad actors who for so long have sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight. Let justice be served. Ladies and gentlemen, it lines up with the drops. 5 of 5 comms are clear. It's referring to also Obama, Hillary, the Queen and the King. It's checkmate. We are heading towards checkmate. We are about to see justice being served publicly. 11.3 marker. It's all heading to Podesta as well. After all, he's connected to Hillary. We are winning, ladies and gentlemen, and we are winning big. Very soon, we will all be rejoicing. We will all be celebrating. It will be all worth it. Everything we've been through together, everything we fought for together will be worth it. The fight, the good fight. There we go, Joe Rose. Do you see what it means to be a master decoder? That's the difference. When you pay attention to detail, you can see how mirrors are important, how it all lines up. 5 of 5, comms are crystal clear. Thank you very much, President Trump. Let's continue on as he exposed those in this room.
Sir, we have 12 hard no's. They say, Mike, we have 12 hard no's. The good news
Now he keeps saying 12. Q drop 12.
is I call up, it's 5 senators and it's 12.
Right, 5 senators, 12. Now, 5 plus 12, 17 equals Q. Thank you very much, President Trump. We know to go to Q drop 12. Q 12, right? 5 senators plus 12 congressmen equals 17, which equals Q. 5 of 5, comms are clear. Let's go to Q drop 12, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what President Trump is alluding to. He's amazing, ladies and gentlemen. He is amazing. Let me show you also, which is also gives us comms. Remember, I just gave you the 37. Remember, I gave you this. The 7, 3. Then he said, let's go in the opposite direction, 37. Scavino gave us some comms too to give further validity to what President Trump said. Just recently, ladies and gentlemen, Scavino gave us this. 37 seconds. Okay, President Trump flying over Japan. This video. Right there. 37 seconds. We had President Trump saying on the at that Genius Act signing. 37. Then you got Scavino. 37. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a mirror. And once again, we've got that particular comm again. You got that comm. Can you see how important it is when you pick everything up and put it together? When you pay attention to detail. Let's go to Q drop 12 and see what President Trump is referring to. Let's go. Let's have a look. Let's see if I got it right here. All right. Q drop 12. Have I got it here, ladies and gentlemen? Just make sure. Yes. Q drop 12. Military intelligence referred to above. In other words, go to the previous post, which is Q drop 11. Is also the absolute biggest inside drop this board will ever receive. Military intelligence, Q. When you think of military intelligence, think of Q. When you think of who's the one that leads military intelligence? General Flynn. He was the leader of, obviously, military intelligence. People think that he's been down and out. Think again. He's been running in the background. Okay? That'll be all come out. Don't you worry about that one. You can see all the drops are lining up. Let's go to Q drop 11. Q drop 11. Military intelligence versus the FBI, CIA, NSA. Well, think about it. The three-letter agencies are all corrupt. The only way has been the military. Right? Then President Trump is the commander-in-chief. As the commander-in-chief, well, he can invoke Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution. Now, in that, it gives him the commander-in-chief powers, which overrides those three-letter agencies. What are we seeing? The corruption of the three-letter agencies being exposed. Just recently about Comey, Brennan, Clapper, all the gang. All that is all coming out. Why is this important? Who surrounds POTUS? It's the military. That's the very important power that he never lost. Remember, the military have been the only way. The one area of the government that's not corrupt. Thank you very much, President Trump. 5 of 5, comms are clear.
Congressman. For everybody in Congress, everyone in Congress except 12, we're going to have, and Mike is, Tom, I'll tell you what, Tom is definitely coming. The whole group, where are those 12 people? They're the only people I don't see.
So he keeps giving us the 12. 12, because the only way is the military. He keeps telling us the only way is the military. The only way to get rid of this corruption is the military.
We could do it today. We don't have to vote. It's 48. We're going to have 48 in here.
48. Okay, what do we get 48? Well, let's have a look at what's going on in the Q drops. Okay, let's see what he's saying. Okay, number one, we got 48. It can constitute to be a mirror. Think about this. What are we seeing right now? Hillary and Saudi about Hillary Clinton? Please add crumbs above in complete graphics, organized in order, critical for understanding and review spiderweb. What are we seeing unravel? The spiderweb. Who's involved? Hillary, the Queen. Obama's the king. We're heading towards checkmate. We know Saudi Arabia's been connected. That's where they've been getting away with all this filth. We know Prince Alawid is connected. He was the one grooming Obama. This is staged and deliberate. Snow White, which has got to do with the CIA because they're talking about Snow White. Think about this. Snow White has got to do with the computers. They were named after, in Snow White, the 7 dwarfs. Godfather 3, obviously, has got to do with the Vatican, the Pope. all these connections are all going to be made. Everything's coming out. So can you see that it's all necessary? What's happening right now is all this exposure. That's why you're getting Hillary. Now, he's going to go with that angle of the Russia, the Steele dossier, but then it's going to connect more and more things. More and more. It's going to get, as we go, so it starts off with the organic stuff, so things that people can relate to, the corruption, the things that he's been speaking about. But then it's going to lead to the other things, their connections to the children and everything else. That's what Q says. The truth won't be for everybody, because it literally won't be. We've got to remember this, ladies and gentlemen. It's what's happening right now. It's all necessary. 4848 is Q drop 4848. 4848. Sometimes public awareness of certain events prevents occurrence. Sometimes public awareness of certain events force accountability. There we go. What are we saying? Have this good old FCB been saying events determine where we are in the plan? There we go. 4848. Sometimes public awareness of certain events prevent occurrences. But now sometimes public awareness, what's going out into the light, ladies and gentlemen, good old Epstein, Russia. Trump's been going out there and preaching about Hillary and Obama. Fuck yeah. Look at that. Events force accountability. The events are being shown. The Steele dossier, the Russia, the collusion, Epstein. It's forcing accountability, and it's all coming out there, guys. We're winning, and we're winning big. Does it all make sense, ladies and gentlemen? Why he says things 4848. There you go. 5 of 5. Comms are crystal clear. Can you see how it all connects up? How we've connected the dots, how everything makes sense. You can see that when you're decoding, you've got to make sure that it connects with the current events. And I've been able to do that as a master decoder. All right, let's continue on.
You won't even have to come to that one. But these are the greatest people because they always vote yes, and we don't have to. 96% phenomenal.
That's, ladies and gentlemen, 96 plus 4. So 9 plus 6 plus 4. 19. Boom. President Trump is in control. 5 of 5 comms are crystal clear. Thank you very much, President Trump. We know you're in control. We know that you've got this. And, you know, we are going to be celebrating very soon. Very soon we are going to be validated. All the amount of filth that we've been put through. All the amount of filth. Disgusting filth. Now, how about this? Q dropped 96. Obama sent 221 million to Palestinians right before leaving office. The payout. Amazing how things make sense. See, what are we seeing now, ladies and gentlemen, about the corruption, about Obama? Makes sense once you ask a question. That's the entire point of this operation. It's up to you to collect, archive safely, and distribute in a graphic that is in order with the crumb dumps. It will make sense. Once it does, we look to you to spread and get the word out. Yes, it's time to get the word out. Timestamps will help you validate the authenticity, which has been happening right now. We've been lining everything up. Your president needs your help. He wants full transparency for the great people of this country. Everything stated is for a reason. God bless Patriots Q. How amazing is that? So it's all connecting up. The truth is going to be known. Now, what did we just see? Q dropped 4, he said 4%. Some of us come to drop crumbs, just crumbs. POTUS is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting that he is even a target is false. At one point, ladies and gentlemen, POTUS will be addressing the nation while people begin to be indicted. Oh, yes. When they start to be indicted like Hillary, being the Queen. Remember, you go after the Queen, then you go after the King. You go after those like Podesta and the rest of them. President Trump must remain neutral. And pure optics are, you know what the Q says? Remember that drop that I said about Checkmate? Let's go back to that one because it refers to that as well. Let's go to Checkmate. Q drop. Which one is it? 4281. What does it say there? How do you set the stage? Public opinion, optics. We know that the Queen is Hillary in this arrangement. We know that the King is Obama. Well, have a look at this. Optical reasons. The stage is set and President Trump must remain neutral for pure optics. He's going to let them do their bit. Oh, don't you worry. It's going to be genius. He's going to sit there. I don't know. Oh, no. I know they're crooked. I'm going to let my Justice Department handle that. I'm going to let my FBI department handle that. I'm going to let them handle it. Tulsi handle it. I'm going to remain neutral while this shit goes down all around the place. To suggest this, that the plan is false should be, or this, to suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. Ladies and gentlemen, this is big. This is big what's happening right now. We are going to see some major things. And look at this. Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Rothschilds, Clintons have more power than the present day POTUS. That's for all those people that sit there and they spread the fear porn. And they believe the garbage that's out there. No, you should be feeling empowered by listening to FCB right now. You should be watching these shows instead of listening to the others and their garbage. You should be watching a true patriot with not a Y. You should be watching here. Patriots are in control. Sit back and enjoy the show once again. Enjoy the show. Why does President Trump or POTUS surround by generals? We know why. Because he's the commander-in-chief. He controls everything. And SCOTUS opens the door for a sitting president to activate what must be shown. Well, guess what? Now, they're going to be showing something, all right? The collusion. That they've been committing treason and they can't hide behind state secret privilege anymore. That SCOTUS will have to open up the doors and they won't be able to hide behind that little state secret privilege because it jeopardizes national security if they know the truth. No. Sorry, Obama. No. No go. Because after all, the state secret privilege, if you're going to be showing that there's been corruption, that they've been using a coup d'etat, trying to commit a coup, and done it in multiple ways, well, guess what? SCOTUS will have no choice but to open its doors and to allow state secret privilege to be revoked, to be removed. Oh, yes. Yes. It's very happy days, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see how we're all going to be celebrating very soon? It's amazing, isn't it? No, they're going to be embarrassed, not us. We're going to be celebrating. That's what we're going to be doing. Right? We're going to be celebrating. I'm just trying to find something, guys. Just give me a quick moment if I can find it. Because, you know, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we've been right all along. We've been right. Now let's go to Executive Order 13526. Yes, let's go to that one right there. Because that one was done by Mr. Obama. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good old Obama. In fact, he put something in there which is going to bite him straight on the ass. Number one, Section 1.7 of Executive Order 13526. Yeah, coincidence 1.7. And 17 equals Q. Yes. Maybe there are no coincidences. And then also, oh yes, by the way, we got another 17. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. Plus 2 plus 6 equals 17 again. So we got section 17, section 1.7. Remove the decimal point, and we got 17, which equals Q. We go 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 2 plus 6 because that's the executive order, and we get Q again. We get the 17, which equals Q. Add those two together, we get 34, which equals Q plus. How many coincidences, ladies and gentlemen, before we call it mathematically impossible? There's that one. How does that one grab you? I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? Look at that, 1.7, section 1.7, Executive Order 13526. Add those numbers up, you get 17, which equals Q. Section 1.7, remove the decimal point, you get a 17 again. 17 twice, 17 mirrored, 17 plus 17, 34. Q plus, Q drop 34. Come on, guys, it's unbelievable, isn't it? But what is also unbelievable is this. How many coincidences before we call it mathematically impossible? Now, classification prohibitions and limitations. No case shall information be classified, continue to maintain as classified. So this is good old Obama's little executive order. He's basically done himself in. He's done himself. So this is Obama's little executive order that apparently that in no case shall information be classified, continue to be maintained as classified, or fail to be declassified in order to what? Conceal violations of law, inefficiency, or administrative error. In other words, Obama screwed himself straight up the bum. He probably likes it because, Big Mike. But anyway, number 2, prevent embarrassment to a person, organisation, or agency. It's already, he's lined his own bum up for the kick, right? So you got concealed violations of law. Well, you can't hide that stuff, Obama. You can't classify things just so you can conceal the violations that you've committed, you and your gang, under the law, right? And then number 2, to prevent any further embarrassment to you and to your friends in the CIA and FBI and all those other organisations and agencies. You can't hide that information. Number 3, restrain competition, or 4, prevent delay the release of information that does not require protection in the interest of national security. Now, what did that Q drop for? By no coincidence, ladies and gentlemen. Q drop 4 says that about SCOTUS. SC stands for SCOTUS, which is to do with Supreme Court. Now, obviously, they're going to open their doors because guess what? No more using national security secret privilege, secret state privilege. According to your executive order, that doesn't apply. And then, ladies and gentlemen, to top it off, when that state secret privilege falls to bits, that sets a precedent, doesn't it? Yes, listen to this genius right here. So it sets the precedent for other cases, such as George W. Bush back in the day of 9/11, that used state secret privilege to hide the goings-on and the real evidence about, what they found in 9/11. That's going to be a very interesting, shall we say, conversation to have around the dinner table, isn't it? By the way, Obama did this. That person did that. Billy Clinton did this. George W. Bush did that. They're going to be melting down and their face are going to be firmly planted in the mashed potato. All right? That's what's going to happen. There's going to be meltdowns, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be meltdowns everywhere, and we're going to be rejoicing and laughing while the whole people out there are going to be basically in meltdown mode. They're going to be thinking about, and then remember, it starts off in America, first dominoes to fall there, and then it goes worldwide to all the other leaders that have been involved in the filth. And guess what? When that does happen, every person worldwide is going to be, shall we say, not us, because we'll be celebrating, the ones that know and really, pay attention. We're going to be celebrating, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be coming to a very harsh reality, and you're going to hear crickets. Then the crickets are going to be, you're going to be hearing them turn to screams. And then you'll be wondering, well, I guess they heard about what happened about the children with Hillary and the frazzle drip business. Let me just wait. Oh, yeah, now here we go. This is the bit where they found about Obama and the hot dogs. This is the bit here where they found about Epstein Island, and you're going to hear them all screaming and yelling out there. The place is going to be on fire, and we're going to be laughing, right? That's pretty much it. Now, does the UK stand with the US or other select divisions within the US? Yeah, well, we know what that was all about. Pfizergate, right? We know that the UK, US, the Five Eyes in that little arrangement. Does Australia stand? Oh, don't you worry, we're involved in this shit. All right. Does Australia stand with the US or other select divisions within the US? Now, what is this referring to? The Five Eyes. Back in the day when they all interfered in the election in 2016. When they were all colluding with Mr. Obama. After all, Obama wrote this little thing right here, right? This executive order, which equals 17, right? That executive order, that basically all this, how they can't, they're not going to be able to prevent embarrassment, applies to all them, which means it applies to all these foreign leaders as well. And their face is going to be firmly planted in the shit, and everyone's going to be seeing it worldwide. After all, now we can see, these things about Obama and the treason that is committed, Hillary and all the gang and what they've been up to. And when I mean all the gang, Five Eyes, everyone connected to what? No more state secret privilege. See you later. No more, sorry, Obama, but you wrote this thing right here. All right? No, didn't you write, this would be me, didn't you write this? Classifications, prohibitions, and limitations. Let me just retort, shall we? That you said that you cannot basically see this, that you can't classify things just to hide all this shit. No, you can't. And you can't classify things just to prevent embarrassments to persons, organisations, or agencies. And that doesn't mean just in the United States. It means worldwide. Or, all these things you can't delay. No, you wrote all that shit, Obama. You've only got yourself to blame, right? And don't you worry. That's why you're starting to see a lot of nervousness, panic in DC, but not only panic in DC, but panic in the world. Okay? Because you're seeing it. Oh, don't you worry. We're seeing it here. We're seeing it there. We're seeing it everywhere. It's about to be blown sky high. Will immediate action be publicly taken within each country? Australia included, don't you worry. Australia, New Zealand, UK, Canada, and the US. Five Eyes, right? Will immediate action be publicly taken within each country to reunify the bond that was one held prior? No, koala. Yeah, we know what that means, Australia. Koala. Yeah, the koala bear. Yeah, we get it. Yeah, no. Thank you very much, Q. We know what the koala means, all right? We know the koala means good old Alex Downer and the gang over here, right? We know that they're involved in the filth, right? The koala, all right? Now, that's why I got here. Does Australia stand with the US and all the... No, it didn't stand with the US. It standed with the select divisions like Obama and Hillary and all them. That's what it means. Now, basically, what it's saying is this, that is it going to, you know, the Five Eyes. No. Does anyone know about the Five Eyes that's not going to be around for too long? Apparently Q says it. Let me show the Q drop. That apparently the Five Eyes are not going to be existing. Because we know that that was set up for a reason. And that was to spy. Oh yes, to spy on each other. Spies are us. All right? That's what it's all about. And we know that the... Yes. 912. Australia's part of the Five Eyes. Thanks for telling us. We know that. Five Eyes is very important and it won't be around much longer. Relevant here, but not the focus. Basically, 913, Q-Drop 193, awesome. Five Eyes is basically a group of countries asking each other to spy on each other's citizens so that they can skirt their own privacy laws, which is treason. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, just based on that information alone, we know who's committed treason. All of them have. And obviously, they're going after the king. Queen first, good old Hillary, and then Obama. All roads lead to Obama, right? Don't you worry about that one. We're going to be celebrating very soon. I don't think they will, to be quite honest. How's that? Just over that piece of information, the 96, the 4% equals 19, but also, ladies and gentlemen, 90 Q-Drop 96, I was able to give you the great take, and 4 Q-Drop 4. Look at the amount of amazing information you're getting here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. How about we give ourselves here a thumbs up? Great comments. Let's share this around the place. This show, this platform deserves to be out everywhere. Everyone needs to be empowered.
And 4% extremely difficult. Do you agree with that? Come a long way since the Biden administration.
Now, the way he says Biden is because he wants us to know that he's been in control. Right? We know that he's been in control. After all, it was the one that controlled the auto pen that was the president.
When they had no idea what you were all talking about. And
now think about this. He blames Biden for everything, but everything has been done by him. It was all controlled by him. Oh no, they don't realize that they were all being set up for the kick.
half of you were under arrest.
He said that under Biden, half of you were under arrest. Yeah, but hold on a minute. If mathematics serves me right, President Trump, and not only mathematics but logic, we know that you were running this show. Therefore, you were the one that was putting them under arrest.
No reason whatsoever.
And they're laughing. Yeah, no, laugh it up. They're laughing it up. Oh, you were under arrest for no reason whatsoever. No, that's your worry. We know the reasons, President Trump. We know where this is going. Good old Ross. Oh, don't you worry. We're going to bring Ross into the mix now.
Sure. For no reason. And we want to have it, not China. China wasn't actually happy. They were watching this thing.
Oh, yes. No, China wanted it because China were the ones that were creating their little Bitcoin. I mean, why did they create the world's biggest electric dam? Was it so they can light up the world in China? Did they care about their people that much that they needed the world's biggest dam there, the Three Gorges Dam? Well, maybe it was to create that shit over there. You know what I mean? Because remember, Bitcoin needs a shitload of electricity. That's why he's referring to China. Does that make sense? There we go. Let's continue on.
They like it. And we've got this. We've got AI.
So he's saying, yeah, no, China were the ones to do all that nefarious stuff. That's why they created this the big Three Gorges hydroelectric dam to make a shitload of Bitcoin. It had nothing to do with servicing their people. They didn't give a shit. It was about making Bitcoin. Right? They don't realize that they use that thing. Obviously there are other nefarious reasons, but then, yeah, that was one of them. Number two, China AI. Yes. Well, President Trump knows he needs to take control over it. Otherwise, it was going to run rampant. Okay? And obviously, President Trump needed the infrastructure to do it.
We've got a lot of great ones happening, and this is a very big thing. And I want to thank the bill's author, Senator Bill.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. He's thanking all these beautiful people. And don't you worry, FCB's done the links. Are you ready to enjoy the show?
And this is a very big thing. And I want to thank the bill's author, Senator Bill Haggerty, a very good friend of mine. He's a great guy.
The word great, ladies and gentlemen. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. Yes, yes. We know what that word means. Let me show you what that means. Think opposite. That's what you got to, when he says great, 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 great job. Great job. Great, great this. He's exaggerating. He wants you to pay attention to what he's going, and he's thinking about, you know, he's saying that word great. He's saying that word great, so make sure that you pay attention. After all, we're in the Great Awakening. What do you think we call it, the Great Awakening for? No, this is all part of the Great Awakening.
He's a great guy. He's a very handsome guy. Looks great. He's got the whole...
Do you see how he exaggerates, over-exaggerates that word great? That is done by design. People got to get it. He's doing it deliberately to expose these entities. Do you see? Great, 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 great. He's exaggerating it, doing it deliberately. You know he's giving us comms. 505 comms are clear.
Whole package, but you know, I got to know him. He was ambassador to Japan, and we had a little problem with Japan on trade. Where are you from? He said, Tennessee. I said, well, I love Tennessee, but do they know you there? No, but if you endorse me, I'll win, right?
There you go. Who endorsed him was good old APAC, wasn't it?
So you've been great. Thank you very much.
Again, great. He said it about 4 times, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was about 4 times. Great, 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 great. Well, mirrors are important.
We're also pleased to be joined by our great Vice President.
There we go. The word great again. Patterns are very important, ladies and gentlemen. Patterns are very important. And he keeps saying it over and over and over and over again. Did you see it, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat? Did you see how he exaggerates that word great?
J.D. Vance, taking 3 or 4 of these people.
3 to 4, 34 Q plus. He's also giving us comms that, hey, we're heading towards, obviously, 11.3 marker. That's in Q drop 34.
Please, because 3 or 4 I cannot see.
Again, 3 or 4. 34. 5 or 5 comes clear, ladies and gentlemen, and President Trump. He's given us comms 3, 4, 3, 4 twice. Q plus. 5 or 5 comms are clear. Thank you very much, President Trump. We know you're in control.
I just can't. Also, Speaker Mike Johnson. He's unbelievable. He's a great leader, and everybody.
There we go. The great leader. Do you see how he says that word great? No, he's not so great. We know they're corrupt. Look at that. FCB showing you their facts and some receipts. You see how I'm showing you how recognition, the word great, 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 you keep saying it. And then you got that going on. And I'm showing you the dots, ladies and gentlemen. I'm connecting the dots for you.
He likes him and respects him, and that's why we're with a very small majority. We're 1 heart attack away from losing the House.
1 heart attack away from losing the House. Isn't it a very interesting choice words? Heart attack. Well, doesn't Q say something in the Q drops? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Heart attacks can be deadly. Yes. Heart attacks can be deadly, President Trump. We know what that means. Yes. Q drop. Here we go. 634. Let's go to Q drop 634. Heart attacks can be deadly. And there we go. Obviously, there's going to be some, oh yes, obviously there's going to be panic. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of heart attacks that are coming our way. And that dot right there represents a mirror. Right there. Very interesting, isn't it? Thank you very much, President Trump. We know that obviously there are going to be those that won't make it. 5 of 5 comms are clear, and we are awaiting with a bated breath.
I want to introduce also Secretary Howard Lutnick, who's been fantastic. You have done a great job.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Howard. Ah, yes, FCB's been exposing good old Howard, hasn't he? Yes, I have. Howard's been exposed on Tucker. Remember, Mr. Lutnick has been Epstein's neighbor for years. Mr. Lutnick also has connections with 9/11. And then also Mr. Lutnick is involved with Tether. Very interesting. Very interesting that Mr. Lutnick, great job, Howard. Yes, great job. Yes, great. We know what that means. When we say great job, the word Job, ladies and gentlemen, comes to mind. Does everybody know the story of Job? So great, we know that means the opposite. And we know that obviously the story of Job is basically this. Let me see if I can find it. Where are you, Job? The story of Job, where are you? I've got your worry, ladies and gentlemen. I've got it all here. Because what's coming their way, yes, it's going to be a massive smash and they're not going to be able to recover from it. No, forget about recovering from this one. There won't be any recovery at all. They're all about to go down for the count. Not going to be very good for them. And for those that continue to believe the crypto crap as well with them. No, it's not going to be good for them at all. Great job. Great job. Yeah, we know he said that to Pete Hegseth quite a few times, don't we? We know what Pete's all about. He's a warmonger. Going around warmongering his ass off. No, that's okay, Pete. Now your time is finished as well. Let me just see if I can find it. Okay, the story of Job. Okay, here we go. Is that the one? Yes. The story of Job, ladies and gentlemen, is this. God tests Job by allowing Satan to test him and see if he remains faithful and loyal to God. Well, no. Great means the opposite, and we know that Mr. Lutnick, that is what he's all about, and no, it's not very good at all. So thank you very much, President Trump, for those comms.
Also Secretary Howard Lutnick, who's been fantastic. You have done a great job.
He said it again. Twice. Great job. Great job. There we go.
Send out the paper that you're paying 35 or 40%.
35 or 40%. Now let's go to Q drop 35 and see what President Trump is alluding to. Okay, let's go to Q drop. Let's see what 35's here. POTUS will be well insulated and protected on Air Force One. So when this all goes down, he'll be abroad and there will be operations being conducted to the nature of the entrenchment. Okay, so it's time to take back the country and America great again. Let's salute and pray for the brave men and women in uniform who will undertake this assignment to bring forth peace, unity, and return power to the people. We are the people. President Trump said back in 2017, I'm giving back the power back from DC, back to the people, meaning all of us. It is our hope that this message reaches enough people to make a meaningful impact. We cannot yet telegraph the message through normal methods for reasons I'm sure everyone here can understand. Follow the questions from the previous thread, which is Q drop 34, which we know what that's all about. Right? That means the business. 11.3, Podesta's indictment. The announcement. 11.4, action, temporary military control. Also down there is all the arrest of senior public officials, Q drop 34. And then also he mentions the heading towards an EBS. Right? Now the targets, ladies and gentlemen, they're telling us to remain calm because many of the targets were within DC. Well, you could see what President Trump's doing. You can see that the targets are on both sides. So you're seeing, oh, you know, good old Lutnick, good old all the rest of them. We know I've exposed a lot of them that are playing on the right side. And then you've got the ones on the left or on the right, doesn't matter, it's on both sides. There's going to be, obviously, those Antifa knobs, they're going to go out there and cause problems. But it'll be shut down. There'll be some false flags. And what we need to do is obviously stay alert, vigilant, and to pray for our brothers and sisters who are in the military. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Love is patient, love is kind. God bless. F41020 DJT. Donald J. Trump. So you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading towards a massive air game. Now, at the end of Q drop 34, let me bring that one up again. Did you see this? And I explained it. But just pretend that I didn't explain it. Now think about why he gave us 3540 comms. Well, number one, to go to Q drop 35. We read Q drop 35. Just say we didn't know what that meant. Well, Q drop 40 tells us what it means. By no coincidence, but by design. That's what I'm trying to say. Q drop 40. 4, 10, 20. Can you see how they all connect up? And it's given us the matrix, as in, you know, the key on how to solve this puzzle. 4 equals D, 10 equals J, and 20 equals T. D, J, T. And you could see how they both connect with each other. Do you see, ladies and gentlemen, how they both connect? So we had Q drop 35 at the end. Right there, which we just read. And then we had Q drop 40, which has given us the way to decode it. No coincidences. 5 of 5, comms are clear. Thank you very much, President Trump. We thank you for the comms. Can you see? Paying 35 or 40% stuff, percent tariffs. Can you see how the Commander-in-Chief gives us comms, ladies and gentlemen? Can you see how it works? 5 of 5, comms are clear. Thank you very much, President Trump, for those clear crystal comms. We know what you're doing. We know you need to do what you need to do. We know that you're going to be insulated. We know you're going to be protected aboard Air Force One. No one's going to know your location when things start to happen. There's going to be many false flags. There'll be false flags happening, and there will be riots. The military will be the only way to bring this all down. And also, thank you very much for giving us the connections. So we're able to go, how many coincidences before we call it mathematically impossible to validate the Q drops. Thank you very much, President Trump. Thank you.
Senator Bernie Moreno, a great victory.
There we go. So there's another one.
Bernie had great victory.
Do you see? Great victory. Great job. Great man. Great. He's doing it deliberately. He's exaggerating that word great, done by design.
Weren't sure anybody could win that seat, and you won it in easy fashion, right? We won it together when you think of it. But you won it.
He's telling us that we won it. We won it together. Right?
In easy fashion. You did a great job.
Oh, no, not us. Actually, no, go back. What is he saying? Easy fashion, right, okay. He's saying about this guy right here that he won this to become a senator, that's right, in an easy fashion. In other words, how do you win in an easy fashion? Well, you're corrupted. AIPAC got you there.
And you won it in easy fashion, right? We won it together when you think of it. but you won it in easy fashion. You
In other words, it was a setup.
did a great job. Great guy.
There you go. Great job. In other words, thank you very much. We know what great job means. We know that President Trump's given us the clear comms. Great. We know, obviously, is not great. Job, the story of Job. We know what the story of Job is. God tested allows Satan to test him, and he failed. There you go. 5 of 5 comms are clear. Thank you very much, President Trump.
House Majority Whip. This is a great leader, Tom.
Again, the word great. Again, can you see the consistency? And that's why I'm saying it's very important. And remember, I spoke about Tom Emma. Oh, yes, remember? Let me retort, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, let me retort about Tom Emma. Okay? Because Tom Emma was one of those ones in, remember with Tether? Let's have a look. Where are you, Tom? Where are you hiding? Okay. We had you here somewhere, hiding around the place. Okay, there's Lutnick. And we got Tom somewhere. You're somewhere, Tom. We got to find you. You'll be there somewhere. Okay, where is that thing with Lutnick? Oh, here we go. Tom Emma. Tom Emma, a cryptocurrency supporter. Obviously with his friend Harold. You know what I mean?
A great politician.
Great politician, great this, great that. As I said, that word right there, think opposite. When you hear Job, you know what that means. Great job.
And Representatives Troy Downing, French Hill. Where's French Hill? Where's French?
You've been so great. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you've been so great, haven't you?
Thank you, French. I spoke to him a little late. He was walking down the hall. I said, French. He said, I'm there, sir. You were great.
There you go. You were great. You were great. Do you see? You can't make this stuff up over and over, and he's exaggerating it over and over again.
Great guy.
Again, great guy.
Everyone respects you, French. You know that. Bill Heisinger. Bill, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good job. Dan User. I thought he was going to become the next governor of Pennsylvania, but he likes Congress better, I guess, huh? That I can tell you. Tim Moore. Tim, thank you, Tim. John Rose. John. Hi, John. Thanks. Good job.
Good job. Good job.
Brian Style. Brian Style. Still young. Still nice and young. That's good. G.T. Thompson. G.T. Thank you. Andy Barr, good friend of all of ours. Thank you, Andy. Monica De La Cruz. Monica, she's here someplace. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Monica. Mike Paradopoulos. Mike, thank you, Mike. Good, good. Mike Lawler, Mr. Salt. You and your couple of friends from New York, that wouldn't have happened. That was not easy, right?
Oh, it did. Your friends from New York, obviously, we're talking about APAC. We know that, now it wasn't easy getting your little seat there, Mr. Mike Lawler, but you gave in to APAC and you've been greased off like the rest of them.
Congratulations. Great
There we
job.
go. Great job. You failed the test. Thank you. Great. We know what that means. And Job, the story of Job.
Anna Paulina Luna. Anna, who is so great. I don't, even if she's here or not.
There you go. She's so great. Oh, yes. We know what that means, President Trump.
I want to tell you that she has been so great.
Again, great.
Worked so hard to make sure we got it approved. Ralph Norman. Ralph? Ralph? What happened to Ralph? Nick Begich. Nick, thank you, Nick. Good job. Good job.
Good job.
Good votes. I just saw a great poll on you.
Great poll. There we go. Great. The word great.
Huh? Very good. Congratulations, Nick. Andy Ogles, Andy, who's a terrific friend. Beth Van Dyne. Beth, thank you, Beth. Great job.
Great job, Beth.
Thank you very much for the great support.
Thank for the great support. Great job. Bang, you know what's going on.
Roger Williams, a great
Great. Again?
baseball player, who also had to take a bullet, unfortunately, but
That's a very interesting one. He had to take a bullet. That's a very interesting one. Choice of words there, President Trump. He had to take a bullet. I wonder what he did. He's a great guy. Again, great.
he is a great guy. He was involved in that whole catastrophe, but he's Brian Armstrong of Coinbase.
Right, okay, let's stop it there. Good old Armstrong, right? You know, FCB does his little digging around the place and finds out the goodies. Let's talk about Mr. Armstrong. Yes, that man right there. The one that's standing up there. Yes, that one that looks like Kojak. Okay, that one, this guy right here, right? Let's talk about Armstrong. Number one, yes, who's the one that owns Coinbase? Good old Vanguard, BlackRock, and the gang. State Street. The usual ones, right? They're the ones that do this thing. So Vanguard, you know, they control BlackRock and all that, so you can see. The other thing is, his political view, let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Was he for President Trump? Armstrong wrote a blog in 2020 and discouraging employee activism and discussion on political and social issues at work. Coinbase employees uncomfortable with this policy. As a result, 60 employees, amounting 5% of the company, left Coinbase. Prior to this, Armstrong supported Black Lives Matter. Lovely, isn't it? He supported Black Lives Matter, ladies and gentlemen. Not very good, is it? No, not at all. Especially when we know what Armstrong's been all about. You know, let's have a look. An investor, you know, yes, Coinbase. They've all been involved in some sort of shitfest, right? Now he's talking about the days of Satoshi Nakamoto, the one that created Bitcoin, that nobody knows who the hell he is. Okay, yeah, so there's that. Now, as I said, I mean, look, he's a supporter. His movement was tweeted when George Floyd was murdered. Supporter of Black Lives Matter. And he met the House Democrats, specifically the new Democrat coalition, in closed doors that reportedly focused on digital asset legislation. Doesn't really put a, shall we say, you know, a sense that he's been a Trump supporter, especially with this business? No, not at all. Anyway, let's continue.
You've done a good job, Brian.
Yeah, good job, Brian. Yeah, good job. We know what that means.
That's a big deal. Ryan McInerney of Visa.
Right, okay, let's talk about Ryan from Visa. Number one, who are the top the shareholders of Visa? Oh, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. Isn't it strange how they always seem to be playing the game? They're always up the top. I mean, after all, they're everywhere. Tether and they happen to be everywhere. You'll find them, their connections. I mean, after all, Tether invested into the BlackRock chip, the brain chip. Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street. Look at that. Visa. They're political. So Ryan McInerney, that one there. Oh, you know, by the way, he was hosted at the Vice President Kamala Harris's residence. Okay, was hosted there. And yes, in DC as part of the gathering of corporate CEOs. I don't see President Trump name there. saying instead he was hosted at the Vice President Kamala Harris's residence in D.C. I didn't see President Trump's name anywhere. Not very good, is it? They don't give you the vote of confidence that you need to believe that they were Trumpers to begin with. No, not at all.
That's a good company.
Yes.
Chris Pavlovsky.
Oh, yes, good old Chris Pavlovsky of Rumble. Yes. How did Chris become rich? Well, number one, who are the shareholders of Rumble? Oh, do you see that name up the top? Tether. Now it's all starting, the plot is starting to thicken up. So, Tether has shares in Rumble. Oh, and then you got Vanguard and BlackRock and Geode Capital Management. What happens when Tether gets audited and shit hits the fan? I wonder what happens to Rumble then. That'd be a very interesting state of affairs, wouldn't it? No. Chris Pavlovsky. No, sorry. I don't think too fondly of him, to be quite honest. Even though he's the CEO of Rumble, they screwed me over many, many times. And obviously, ladies and gentlemen, you could see the connections. After all, BlackRock and Vanguard and Tether purchased shares. I mean, they're the biggest shareholder. Look at that. Biggest shareholder is Tether. And don't you worry, Tether's going to be exposed because of the... Can you see how amazing it is? I know. We'll make sure you're there, Chris, from Rumble. Because you need to hear this shit. Oh, don't you worry. Genius Act is being brought out by the genius to go and expose those, shall we say, companies like Tether that are invested in you, your company, and they've been involved in nefarious activities, and you could see that. And I've exposed Tether, how they've been involved in criminal affairs and all these other things. And basically, what they've been involved with is very questionable, highly questionable. That's why the Genius Act was created, to ensure to see if they do have the reserves that Mr. Howard Lutnick has claimed that they have. And the thing is, if they don't, guess what goes down the shitter? You know what's going to happen, don't you? I could see it all lining up for the kick, Mr. Pavlovsky. And at the end of the day, you can play the game of, we're about freedom of speech and all that kind of crap. No, you're about not, you play that game, but you don't push my platform out there because I'm bringing out all the dirt on you and the truth about Rumble and those connected to you. You don't like that information out there, do you? No.
Of Rumble. That's great. You're doing a great
There
job.
we go. Ah, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear how he sealed his doom? He sealed his doom, ladies and gentlemen, by saying, great job. Great. Don't you worry, Chris. We know what the great means. We know that great means the opposite. Great job. Chris, don't you worry. Yeah, no, you failed. Don't you worry about that. That shit's all going to come out in the wash. Because it's about time that people knew what they've been up to. And obviously, they don't want people like me exposing him. Because we know what great means, don't we? They're setting him up for the major fall.
Thank you, Chris, very much.
What did you think, ladies and gentlemen? When the time does come, and you remember that Q drop, I think it's at 40. Let me find it. Is it 4044 or 1044? Let me find it. The one that says kill. Yeah, no. And the internet kill and the Google kill and all the other kills. I'm sure that'll kill off Rumble as well. Okay. Let's go here. Q drop 1044. The pics will be surfacing about, oh yes, that'll be great. Obviously, Saddam has become the talk on the table now. So we are waiting for the pics to surface with him holding the AK-47 rifle. And apparently when that does come out, that the net is going to shut down. Pics will surface of Hussein holding the AK-47 in tribal attire. One of many. Net shuts down. Fake pic pushed by mainstream media. They're going to say that it's fake, ladies and gentlemen. The mainstream media are going to lie. They're going to push that it's fake news. Oh, no, it's fake. It's a fake pic. That's not Obama. That's been generated by AI. Something along those lines. And it's important for us that they have the videos in the backup. Obviously, what that means, ladies and gentlemen, is that what that means right there, the videos and backups, meaning they've got it all. Military intelligence has the videos and the backups to prove this. To prove that. That's what it means. Right? So they're going to try and push the fake pic push. And then guess what? The Trump's going to go out there and show the real truth. And then guess what? Boom, 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 boom. All this goes down. See you later. They don't want this garbage around, do they? No. The time is coming for the end. And as I said, in the end, everything's going to be cleaned out in the wash. The truth is going to be known. And people are going to see the connections because Rumble, oh no, don't you worry. Rumble, play that little game of theirs. I mean, Mr. God Pavlovsky, he's played that little game for way too long.
Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss, and it's great that you're on our side. You guys are great.
There we go. We've got a great for them as well. We know what that means.
I can never tell them apart. Let me say the entire crypto community, for years, you were mocked and dismissed.
Mm-hmm. You were mocked and dismissed. And yes. Don't you worry. You're about to cop it.
And counted out. You were counted out as little as a year and a half
You
ago.
were counted out. Don't you worry. That you'll be Think about the words he's using. You were counted out. Whoops. Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened there. Thank God I'm back because, obviously I must be on the target again. There we go. FCB's back. No, I think I was, being naughty. They didn't like it. But that's okay. The truth needs to be known. Now, let me just give me a thumbs up that you guys can see me and hear me before I start again. Because obviously we were rudely interrupted by God knows who, right? Obviously, no, Pavlovsky got upset. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Regardless. Can anyone see me? Let's give me a thumbs up. Thanks, Carol. Awesome. I'm always over the target. And they don't like it. So anyway, they better get over it very soon. Counted. Let's go back to those words, what he said. And counted. Where has he got that little word there? Let's go back here.
The entire crypto community, for years, you were mocked and dismissed and counted out. You were counted out.
You were counted out, yes. That word right there. Can everyone tell me when you audit somebody, what do? Aren't you counting them out? I mean, you're counting, calculating, working out. Well, pretty much that's what he means right there.
As little as a year and a half ago, you've made our dollar look really good and strong and powerful.
Okay. You've made our dollar look very good, strong and powerful. How's that manipulation? We know what President Trump is saying is that the manipulation that they've been doing, okay, has been, think about it, the dollar's been floating. Number one, all this is happening artificially. They're using artificial intelligence. But he's been showing you how, remember with the money that went up, the Bitcoin went up. It was showing you that basically how they can artificially do that. You saw what Tether did, and they created a shitload of USDTs, the stable coin, and it bumped up the price of, like I showed you, Bitcoin. Now, obviously, the dollar's been artificially increased in value. So, he's telling us the connections. Think about it. The stable coin and the tethering to the dollar.
It's good for the dollar and it's good for the country. And that's why I backed you at an early stage. And I also did it for the votes because you did come out and vote.
There you go. He's actually telling you the reasons why. He did it. Remember, it had to be a red wave. He said, I'm actually doing it because of the votes. Ha, 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 ha. Okay, because actually that's why he needed. Think about it. Why did a lot of people vote for Trump as far as because they're crypto heads? Remember through Biden, now think about this. Hold on. Use your logic. Biden, we know it didn't exist as far as being the president. We know that whole thing was created so that we can have contrast, so you can have a scapegoat. So therefore, President Trump was controlling the whole situation. We know that. So, based on that premise alone, who was the one creating all the problems for crypto? He was. But then he had to create the contrast. Oh, no. You vote me in. Don't you worry, I'm going to be crypto's biggest hero. And that's how he got his votes, remember? People, they don't see what we see. They don't look at what the things we look at. They're looking what's in their best interest. They don't care about the children. They don't care about what we care about. To them, it's all about the money.
750. Think of that. To 505.
505 comes a clear. 505. 5 of 5. He's given us clear comms. And he's been doing it deliberately. 5 of 5. Did you get it? We've got to remember that our commander-in-chief does things for a reason. He gives us comms so we get it. That's why he says, did you get the 5 of 5? The signal strength that I'm giving you is clear. We go to Q drop 7. What did he say? Let's go back.
Of the world, and that's what we've done. And under the Trump administration, this is Paul Atkins. Where are you, Paul Atkins? Hester Pierce.
I think it was over here somewhere where he said it. Let me see if we could find it.
Really good and strong. Look, why I backed you at an early stage, and I also did it for the votes because you did come out and vote. 750. Think.
So he said 750, right? 750. 750. Let's have a look what that means. And give me a moment. Okay. Let's just see. Oh, yes. Q drop 75, ladies and gentlemen. Remove the zeros. That's why you got the 505. The strongest weapon in the United States is a Patriot American. 5 of 5. Comms are clear.
That to 505. Crypto builders and founders were under relentless assault by the Biden administration, which was trying to crush your industry and crush you as people and go after your families. But I pledged that we would bring back American liberty and leadership and make the United States the crypto capital of the world, and that's what we've done.
So basically, you think about it. The United States is the corporation. You got to look at it from that sense. He's representing the corporation. The flags, Gold fringes, the seal of the presidency, the gold seal, represents the corporation. What he's saying is that we want to become the capital of crypto. Capital is the word. Capital. Capital letters. Does everyone follow that? Capital letters referring to, we want to be the capital of crypto in the world. Capital. US corporation. All in capitalization. Therefore, in order to take down that, you've got to take control over it. And by taking control over it, you're able to bring it down. Think about how he's taking control. Genius act. You think it's a coincidence? No, there are none. We're done with the coincidences. He's done it by design. He's bringing the whole system down. You've got to remember that you need to take control over things in order to make, things happen. And that's what he's doing. He's taking control. And by doing what he's doing, it must be done. There's no other way. And he's using that, as I said, the capital. The capital, capitalization, US corporation, that's all reflected there. After all, he is the chief executive officer of, or the chief executive. That's why he can sign executive orders. And he's doing this within the realm of the United States corporation. That's what he's doing. The other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, you know that crypto has been funding all that child trafficking. That's fact. I know people don't like to hear it, but that's the reality. And I've shown you this many times. I've proven it over and over again. How do you think they were doing what they were doing with Saudi Arabia, all these other places? How do you think they were transacting? That money is too much of a hassle. It's trackable. Crypto was done using the deep and dark web. That Q drop as well, I want to bring it back again. 75, the one that I spoke about before. The strongest weapon in the United States is a patriotic American. By the time POTUS returns, okay, so this is basically from his trip, and the world will be a different place. Godfather 3, Alice in Wonderland. So this is talking about what's happening now. Who is this referring to? Hillary Clinton. People don't realize that Hillary, Obama were transacting using Bitcoin, using the deep, dark web to do all this. Where do the donations originate from? See, this is what I'm saying. There's so many layers to this onion. And you could see that it's all connecting back to the children. And when you think children, trafficking, think Bitcoin. Think cryptocurrency. That's fact. People don't want to listen to the truth. That's the problem. They think, that no, he wants to do this and that, and people just allow their greed to get the better of them. I know we all have done it hard. A lot of us have done it hard. But what do? Do we put our morals first, or do we put our crypto and our money first? What we want to do, focus on what? What did we get in this movement for? Did we get in this movement to focus on the crypto? Or did we get in this movement for the children? Did we get in this movement to sit there and focus on enriching myself or enriching ourselves? No. That's why I don't get why people enable these others out there that sit there and they talk about crypto. They use the God card. Oh, you God this, God that. By the way, let's talk about XRP. How sickening is that? Then they use God and mix it in with cryptocurrency, which they shouldn't even bother. They should learn to read Revelations, where it talks about 666, and they know that Revelation quite well. But they don't, do they? All they're too busy concerned about is money, 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 money. We'll talk a little bit about this and that and the other just to make it all, you know, to seem that we're part of this movement. It's about time that people took their initiative and stop enabling these characters. I implore you, you're not going to do it. You're part of the problem. You're going to continue to enable these people after what President Trump's telling you, after all the comms, after all the facts, evidence, and receipts that I'm showing you. Well, it's on you. Because one day, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something, the chips are going to fall where they may. And then if you on that side where you've been focusing on nothing but that, well, that's where you're going to be remembered. That's where you're going to be. That's what your primary focus is on. And I've seen these groups, ladies and gentlemen. RV this, crypto that, sell here, sell there. What do they do? They're just too busy being a bunch of salespeople rather than bringing out the real truth, keeping people in a state of entertainment by having their, shall we say, circle jerkers, right, going on each other's shows and spreading the garbage and creating their own little echo chamber. No, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time that we got real and we stop enabling these kind of characters. I'm sorry, but I'm going to call out the bullshit. You're going to sit there and enable these characters and you're to blame. You are to blame. You got nobody else but to blame but you. And that's the harsh reality. Let me tell you what the harsh reality is. Cryptocurrency is used in online sexual exploitation of children. That's from the human trafficking front. Cryptocurrency is a modern slavery. You know how many of these articles out there, but no, everyone chooses to pull, no, we don't want to see that. We don't want to see that. We don't want to see what's really going on. Why do I get angry? Why do I get upset? I've got every right to be. Because you know what? There's too many people in this movement that are here for the wrong reasons. And you know what? People that enable these characters have got to stop enabling. Those people that continue to sell, stop enabling them. It's time for you to get rid of them. It's trying to get rid of those entities, the ones that go out there and all they focus on is how much money they can make. Let's talk about your health. That's another knob. Sorry, but I don't want to talk about my health. I'll go and do my research. I don't need your bullshit ads to talk about my health. Because everything is about sell. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm sick of that shit. And you know what? People really need to get real and see who are the ones that are really here for what reasons.
Under the Trump administration, this is Paul Atkins. Where are you, Paul Atkins? Hester Pierce and Mark Urita. Hester and Mark Urita. Thank you, Hester. The weaponization of government against crypto and Bitcoin, and we ended the lawless operation Choke Point 2.0. That was a bad operation.
So basically, he's got to give them the illusion. Now think about this. You're setting a trap. You've created this genius act. You're going to give that thing teeth. Doge is ready to go. That's AI. You've got the regulators that have given teeth, power to go and do audits. So you've got to lull these people into this false sense of security that you're with them. You've got to even get your sons. You've got to play the game in order to seem that you're part of the club. Now think about this. Let's talk about this from a logical standpoint. You know how you got under, what do you call, you know when you got stings, like drug stings, they want to go after the drug pins. the big names, right? They send in undercover cops, don't they? Remember the undercover cops, what do? They've got to earn the trust of those involved in this drug ring. Let's liken it to that. President Trump has to get them to trust him, that he's for them. He's got to seem that he's for them, even with AIPAC and all these others, the state of Israel. Remember, Israel for last, it's all going to come out. Now, this genius right here, what he's doing is that he's basically considered to him to be like an undercover cop. He's going in there and he's trying to win, shall we say, the trust of those in the crypto community. He's trying to win the trust of those involved in the filth, like the state of Zionism and state of Israel. The deep state. He's got to play the game. So you got to earn their trust. You got to give them that false of sense, security. Haven't you seen what he's doing? Yeah, no, don't worry. No. Enjoy your champagne and your lobster over there. In his head, he's thinking, the day's coming. And you could see this thing with Obama and Hillary. Hillary equals queen. Obama the king. It's checkmate. It's coming. Things are coming to a head. Things are coming to an end. This is the act of the genius, all right? He knows what he's doing.
Then I kept my promises to the community and granted a full presidential pardon to Ross Ulbricht.
Ross Ulbricht, ladies and gentlemen. That one right there. He is the founder of Silk Road, which happens to be operating on the dark web. The dark web was set up for a reason, nefarious reasons. The dark web was set up to traffic drugs, traffic people, sex trafficking, human trafficking, organ trafficking, drug trafficking. All the worst shit that you could possibly imagine was done on the dark web. How do you think they were transacting? He was basically, look at this. Trump earlier pardoned the 40-year-old founder of the dark marketplace, the one that created the dark marketplace, the founder known as Ross Ulbricht. Well, hold on a minute. When he was originally jailed, President Trump was the president. How does that make any sense? Well, we know what's going on. Remember part of the deal when he spoke at that, to the crypto clowns out there? They said to him, you got to free Ross. They were jumping up and down and all that. Okay. Now, he was the founder of this dark web marketplace known as Silk Road. Therefore, he knows what was taking place. He was facilitating illegal drug trafficking and pioneering of Bitcoin. Lovely, isn't it? President Trump, this is what I'm saying. You should have no doubt in your mind that President Trump is setting him for a great fall. Remember, you've got to do certain things. You've got to play the game to get him inside the trust of the club, that club, that criminal club, that filthy club. Like I said, you liken President Trump to be an undercover cop, and he's got to win their trust, and he's got to do what he has to do. He's even had to basically go against his own followers and call them all sorts of names. The deep state think, he's with us. Yeah, really now. Think fucking again. He's setting him up for the trap. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but that word needed to come out. Think again. He's setting him up. He's getting him ready. He knows what he's doing. That genius act is, they were laughing at him. He's a genius, all right.
but it was so important to a certain group of people.
He's saying that how he released Ross Albright was important to a certain group of people. Yes. Think about which sort of people. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen, the criminals. The ones that have been committing all these crimes that, Freem is one of us. He was running the dark web. He was running a marketplace in the dark web that does drug trafficking, human trafficking, sex trafficking, organ trafficking, all the trafficking you could, worse, children trafficking, all under that. Oh, don't you worry, the executive order sort that business out. Don't you worry about that one. President Trump, this is the thing, people got to realize that things have been done, but this all has to make sense to the mass consciousness. That's what people need to realize. And you could see that 13818, we know what that means, don't we? 13818. Oh, these executive orders are going to come in handy. Don't you worry about that one. Blocking the properties of persons that have committed serious human rights abuse. And then what also comes to my mind is the other executive order, 13848, especially when they bring out the garbage of what Obama and the Hillary, the Queen, and Obama the King and the rest of them, as to colluding and doing all that nefarious stuff with other foreign entities. I'm sure that covers that bit as well about all the election fraud and election interference. So 13818, blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse. Yes. It was important to a certain people, which President Trump knows who.
Just as I promised last year, the Genius Act creates a clear and simple regulatory framework to establish and unleash the...
There you go. It established the regulatory, that's the key word, regulators. In other words, it's ordered to the max, right? And basically unleash. What happens when you unleash something? Yeah, it's like unleashing the beast. That beast has been given teeth under the Genius Act, and never before has Tethered been. No, they've never been audited. Oh no, the time is coming.
Immense promise of dollar-backed stable coins.
And we know what the dollar-backed stable coin is, yes.
Strengthening the dollar and giving the dollar great prominence.
Yeah, no. What's going to happen with the dollar? As I said, oh yes, that little arrangement right there to do with stable coin. Yes, no. What happens, FCB? Stable coin pegged to the connected to the US dollar, known as USDT. Dollar for dollar value, yes. But what happens when the dollar collapses? Does stablecoin keep it up stable? No. Tether's function fails, which is the connection between the stablecoin and the dollar, and it all comes crumbling down. You know what I mean?
It's really all backed by the dollars. It's really...
Do you hear what he said? He repeated it again. It's all really backed by the dollar. Yes, let's go to the Q drop that says about gold, shall we? Q drop 2619. Gold shall destroy the Fed. Yes, we do have the gold. BRICS was created. Yeah, don't you worry, BRICS was created for a reason. Gold shall destroy the Fed. Do we have the gold? Yes. Now what happens, ladies and gentlemen? The Fed is the whole arrangement. People don't get it. I said the whole arrangement is the Fed. It's not just the Federal Reserve. It's the whole box and dice. That whole thing's the Fed. See you later. Okay? Goodbye.
Secure the dollar's status as the world's reserve currency for generations to
Yeah,
come.
no. We'll see if that happens, but it's not. Especially when we see gold shall destroy Fed.
The reserve currency is so important. If we lost that, that would be like losing a world
There we go.
war.
So think about this. If we've lost the dollar, it's like losing a world war. What are we expecting, ladies and gentlemen, very soon? Are we expecting a World War III scare event? Yes, Q-Drop 521. It's all marrying up anyway. Not everything will be clean. Scare necessary event. Do you trust the US military? Do you trust the chain of command? We are in control. I mean, after all, ladies and gentlemen, you can see how everything's all connecting up like a beautiful jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? Okay? You know, this genius is doing what he's doing. Now, when you're seeing these sort of things happening and they say the stars are aligning and you say, is this a coincidence? No, there are none. They don't exist. We know that coincidences do not exist. All right? Let me see if I can show you what I mean. Okay, where is it? Let's go back to that original story. Especially when you're seeing articles like this. Kremlin slams militarization of US nukes in UK. The US have been flying tactical nukes to the UK, part of NATO. Yes, Putin's not happy. We know what this means. Had deployed B6112 thermonuclear gravity bombs just this last Thursday. You know, it doesn't look too good, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, how else did you think you're going to get a worldwide EBS? Did you think by people punching on in DC? No, think again. No, there was, the last Thursday, it was sent from New Mexico, Kirtland Air Force Base, and it was basically Ubered across care of a C-17 plane on a one-way trip over to, Royal Air Force Base, Lakenheath Base in Suffolk, UK. Isn't that lovely? There we go. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, how easy it is for escalation to happen. And that's what I'm saying. Prepare, because there's going to be some major events coming our way. And we are getting closer and closer. We're in the 8th year of the plan, after all.
Pledge never to allow the creation of a central bank digital currency.
So those, remember those all going out there, oh, we're gonna be controlled by the central bank digital currency. And I've been saying, stop listening to the fear porn spreaders. Stop listening to the hearsay. FCB's been right about that over and over and over and over again. That was flooding my Q lounge. And I said to Carol, please, we've got to get this garbage out of here. Didn't I, Carol? We need to get this garbage out of here because too many people were going around enabling this fear porn. They were saying about CBDC is going to, this is it, bang, we're gone. The worst fear possible. Hearsay, stop using it. FCB's been right all along about everything. Right? Now, Carol knows about this, how many of these people have been doing it. And I said, stop it. We're not going to have that business. We're not going to have fear porn. We're not going to have hearsay. This is a place of facts, evidence, and receipts. That's why you come here. It's about time that people started calling out the others on their bullshit and say, well, hold on a minute. You go around. I'd like, you know what? I'd like someone here to grow some balls. For example, if there's anyone here following these idiots that claim that XRP is going to be based by gold, it's connected to gold or backed by gold and XLM backed by silver, or all this other garbage about the RV, how about someone grow some balls and call out their bullshit and just say, listen, you keep saying these claims, but where's your facts, evidence, and receipts? Does Ripple say it? Does, the makers of XLM say it? No, they don't. Where's your facts, evidence, and receipts? It's about time that people started growing the balls and start calling him out. The sooner that happens, the sooner they'll get the fuck out, right? Because, sorry guys, but you know what? Sometimes you got to say it the way you say it. I say it. I have to. Because you know what? It's come to the point now where the games are finished. These entities are going to try and find a way of trying to find an exit strategy to take off with their money. Because they've made their money, they're grifted, they're lied, they're deceived, they've created their followers, they've been monetized to the hilt, and now it's time for them to cash in. They don't give a damn about anybody or their psychology. They don't care about anybody. That's why what I put out there is all based on facts, evidence, and receipts, on truth. Because I know how important it is that everyone gets the real deal. That's why I became a journalist. Everything that I do, I take seriously. Any information that I give out, I take seriously. To them, they don't care. That's right, Carol. Carol's been going around there talking and look, she's been getting banned. How about everybody else do it? How about everyone call their bullshit out? Because you know what? You continue to enable it, well, then you got yourselves to blame.
In America, it won't happen. My first week in office, I signed an executive order to ban the creation of a CBDC in the United States, and very soon I look forward to signing legislation that will codify gang members. There were gangs.
There you go. There were gangs. What does he mention about gangs and MS-13? Bitcoin. Bitcoin, ladies and gentlemen, crypto. That's why. That's why he mentions it over and over again. Because people don't get it. How are these gangs doing, and, you know, how are they being paid? How are they, you know, being paid was through the dark web, care of good old Rossi boy over there. And his little, you know, dark web little marketplace, his little setup. Bitcoin. You know what? These people that sit there and they praise Bitcoin, well, think about it again. This is what your Bitcoin's been doing. That's what it's been doing right there. I know you don't like to know the truth, but the facts, evidence, and receipts show the truth, and you don't want to admit it. You don't want to admit it because you know that what I'm saying is all facts, evidence, and receipts and truth. But you continue to attack the messenger, as always, because you don't want the truth getting out there, because you're too driven by your crypto greed. You're too blinded because you've forgotten what you're here for. You've forgotten your purpose. Your purpose here is for the children. Your purpose here is to spread the truth. That is your purpose. Your purpose here is not to enrich yourself. That's what your purpose should be, is to bring out the truth, not to hide it, not to hide the Q drops 1296, 1297, 1295, not to hide what the cryptocurrency's been all about, why it was set up. Instead, you've been going out there and enabling it. You've been promoting it. You've been making a shitload of money off it, instead of remembering what your purpose is. Let's continue.
They came from all over the place, from every country. They came from the Congo in Africa, a lot from the Congo. They came from South America.
There you go. They came from Congo, Africa, South America. Well, we know South America, MS-13.
A lot of came from Venezuela.
All
They
these
emptied
gangs.
their jails into our country. Can you imagine?
They emptied their jails, meaning these criminals who emptied the jails, did they just sort of break out? Let's ask that question. Did they break out of jail? Or were they allowed to get out? They were allowed. And who was the ones that allowed them in the United States? The government did. President Trump uses Biden as a scapegoat, but it's not Biden. Remember, he's the one that was controlling the whole thing for 4 years, creating that contrast. It was during the time of the others, like Obama, that did what he did. After all, MS-13, how do you think they got through the borders and did all their little wet work like Q talks about? I wonder how they made their way up to Canada and did their little wet work up there as well. I can't wait for the Shermans, ladies and gentlemen, the Shermans, the one that they created, they own the company that created HCQ. They were done away with. Coxsocks knows about it. Don't you worry. Coxsocks is going to be dragged into this. Prime Minister Trudeau is going to be dragged into this. Don't you worry. What's his name? Mark Carney. He's connected, you know, through the Bank of England. He's got connections, and the connections to Ghislaine Maxwell, and they're all connected. Don't you worry. It's one big spider web. All right?
They allowed that, emptied their jails into our country, and they let them walk right into our country like perfect.
Yeah, they let them walk into the country like perfect. What is this saying? He's telling them that you, think about this, they're there, all those cryptos, the crypto heads, the ones that were, involved. You think they weren't involved? You think they didn't know about the Bitcoin? Do you think they didn't know about Ross? That they were begging for him to be released. Didn't you think they know that he was running a dark web operation, marketplace, funding that activity? You think they don't know? They knew. They were all responsible. They know what Bitcoin and all these other cryptocurrencies, what they were funding and what they were doing, how they were manipulating the, as I said, you've seen how they were able to manipulate the Bitcoin. How? Well, I showed you how Tether did it using its other companies. And then you think about it, when you raise the price of Bitcoin, it's great to trade, isn't it? Especially on the dark web. Lovely, isn't it? And those that are living it up on Bitcoin and loving life and the crypto, they're not focusing on what's really going on underneath the ground, are they? They're too busy living life and enjoying the luxuries of crypto and the Bitcoin. They're not focused on what it's really doing. Remember the Super Bowl? Everyone's focused on the top. What a great halftime experience. Everyone's focusing on the entertainment. Like back in the days of Rome, the bread and the circus, being entertained, their mind in a state of containment. While the nefarious activities that were taking place underneath the ground, people were focusing on what was on top with all these performances done by these Illuminati musicians like Beyonce and all the rest of them. And remember the one with J-Lo and all the children in the little jail cells, and everyone was laughing and clapping their hands with the stupid idiots. If they only knew what was taking place underground, the nefarious things that were taking place underground in that Super Bowl. It's the same deal here. These crypto clown jobs, because they're too focused on their crypto greed that they're focusing on what's going on the surface. Loving, don't give a shit about anybody else as long as they're rich, can drive their Teslas around the place, bath in the shitload of money and cash. They don't give a shit about anybody else. That's called greed. Because underneath, ladies and gentlemen, the layers underneath that dark web, they've been pleading for crypto to go up. They've been pleading for Bitcoin to go up. Oh, yes. And these entities, think about it. What is Satan's two lovely things that he loves is in his toolbox? Fear. These are the two main things that Satan likes to control mankind. When you keep them in fear, you keep them in control. If you keep them in greed as well, you keep them in control. Well, what is the index controlled by? Fear and greed. And while these people are being controlled in this little game, they're being kept greedy. Satan loves it. Oh, don't you worry. The deep state, the cabal, all them, they're loving these people being a bunch of greedy bastards. They love it when they commit those lovely sins of theirs. They sit there and they love it up. Don't you worry. Because they are also loving it because they don't realize that these entities up the top, these people, they're the ones that have been also driving up the price of their, as I said, that little Babylonian spell of theirs. That's, there's nothing, thin air, because it literally is thin air. They're giving value to the ultimate nothing, which is crypto. Digital currency, zeros and ones, nothing. But no. These people here have been driving the price up because all they've been focusing is making money. And fuck everybody else. Sorry, but I'm going to say it. Because at the end of the day, they don't care what's going underneath the ground. They don't care about the child trafficking. the organ trafficking, the human trafficking. No, they don't want to know about it. They want to know what's on the surface layer, like the internet. The surface, the deep, and then you've got the dark web. It's the same deal with these, with life. They only want to focus what's on the surface. They don't want to know what's going on underneath, do they? They don't realize that they've got blood on their hands. They don't realize it at all. They don't realize that they're being, through their greed, has been bumping up their crypto in price. And as it's bumping it up, the more, and you think about it, the greedier they get, the more the price goes up, the value of that cryptocurrency, the more the price goes underneath the ground on that cryptocurrency. The dark web means more bang for your buck, doesn't it? Lovely, isn't it? No, that's okay. President Trump's about to destroy it all. And the Genius Act is an absolute genius, all right? He's given, though, that Genius Act, he's given it teeth. Doge, oh, don't you worry, everyone was loving Doge. Oh, yeah, we the waste and fraud and, yeah, no. Waste, fraud and abuse. Well, let's talk about that. Waste, fraud and abuse. And let's liken it to what they've been doing here. Because they've been doing waste, fraud and abuse as well. They've been abusing, well, what have they been abusing? Children, humans, drugs. There's your abuse. So Doge has been created for those abuses as well. Oh, don't you worry. That genius bill has given the regulators, the teeth that they need. Artificial intelligence run by Doge, the teeth that it needs. It's all in that bill right there. They don't want to read it. No, they don't want to read it at all. Because they don't realize what's coming their way.
11,888 committed murder. 50% committed more than one person. They murdered more than one person. 50% of 11,888. And we had murderers, and we're getting them out, and Tom Holman and Christie are doing a great job.
There we go. Great job. Yes, Christy. We know you're doing a great job.
Tom Holman, I'll tell you, see Central Casting.
There you go. Tom Holman. Central Casting. It's not the first time he said it. He has said it over and over again. Oh, yeah, Central Casting, Tom. We know what that means. Great show.
What? And he takes abuse, but so the golden age of America is upon us, and with today's signing, the future of crypto and the crypto industry, the US dollar working together.
Does everyone know what that word crypto means? It means hidden. It's a Greek word for krypto. Hidden. Oh, yes. It's hidden, all right. Because, what's hidden? The dark web. What's hidden? All those nefarious activities.
Because they really are hand in hand.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. How a great show that was, eh? Lots of great intel, great information based on facts, evidence, and receipts. Now, I know that I'm not the crypto, people aren't going to love me because I speak about these things. Well, everything that I've shown you has been based on facts, evidence, and receipts. I've shown you so many documents that you can't dispute. I've explained how it all works. I've shown the connections with Tether and all those other nefarious entities, how they're all connected to this filth. The question is when are you going to get with the program? Are you going to continue to believe that the XRP is going to be attached to gold and all that kind of crap? When I've shown you that even Ripple, the makers of XRP, and even the makers of XLM have said no. Even though the Ripple Queen herself has come out there and said, no, gold. No. She's doing it deliberately for a reason. The reason why she's doing it is to enrich herself. And that's what they do, it, ladies and gentlemen, is to enrich themselves, to drive up the greed, because if they all work together, it drives up the price of something that's created out of nothing. The more greed you create, the more interest in something, the more people invest, the more that price goes up, the more demand. It's the oldest trick in the book. I want to say thank you to all of you for tuning into the Freedom Channel broadcast. Thank you for your support, your unwavering support. Thank you to everybody that went to Truth Social and complained. Thank you to all of you that took the stand, because we took the stand together in the name of freedom of speech. You got to fight for what for our rights, ladies and gentlemen. You can't just let everybody fight your fight for you. We got to do it together. When there was an attack on my freedoms, it's an attack on yours. Remember, we're out there trying to bring out the truth. What are they trying to do? Suppress it. We're not going to allow them to win. We never give up and we never give in. And I want to say thank you to Carol and Soren. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate, these guys are phenomenal guys. I mean, the amount of support, they're just unbelievable. And I want to say thank you to all of you. I truly appreciate your unwavering support. Now, I want to say also thank you to those that are donating, even though I don't get much. As I said, that goes towards keeping the lights on, expenses in check. That's all I could do at this point. I'm looking forward to the time where we can all breathe easy, where all the truth does come out, and then we can focus on improving and uniting humanity. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's the chapter that I'm looking forward to. So what I want to say is a big thank you to President Trump. Words cannot express themselves for what you've done. You will truly go down as somebody, not down, up. You will truly go up as somebody that was the peacemaker, the unifier, but someone that awakened the minds of everybody. Someone that pulled that black curtain and exposed the dark entities that have been running this world for many, many, many years. Thank you for freeing mankind from the shackles and the bonds. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you. We got nothing but admiration, appreciation for our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump. You need to see what he's doing. You need to see what he's really all about. People, when they saw this Genius Act, didn't know what to take from it. I saw a lot of people that were upset, angry. But that's the thing. You go by whatever else anybody else says out there, and there's a lot of people going around spreading fear porn, hearsay, saying all these nasty things. Because you know what? Because it attracts people for some reason. I don't know why that people are attracted to fear porn, hearsay, sensationalism, because it affects their emotional state. You would think that people would obviously resonate with being empowered through facts, evidence, and receipts. Through knowledge. After all, Q says knowledge is power. And that's what I've been trying to do. That has been my mission, is to awaken as many minds as I possibly can. But it's also been about the children. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are fighting for our lives. This is life. We're fighting for our freedoms, and we're fighting for our children's future. Never lose sight that we're looking forward to the day where we all can unite and put our differences to the side, because it has to happen. God's got this. God's win. God always wins. God always wins. And one thing you should always remember, never give up on that man. He never gave up on you or all of us. Never give up and never give in. And always try to find a great headspace. Be in the attitude of gratitude. Shift your attention. Allow things to happen. You could see that things are happening right now. You're going to enjoy the next show, ladies and gentlemen, which is about Epstein, the connections, and also Obama. Great. We're going to go into that a little bit more as well. But you got a lot out of tonight. Please show your appreciation. Give us the thumbs up, please. Great comments. Just share this around the place. This platform deserves to be out there. It deserves it in spades. And I'm not just saying it because it's I started the platform, but we've been in this together. It represents our voice as a collective. Another thing is, it should be this week, ladies and gentlemen. I know a lot of you reached out and said, FCB, when are we going to be able to buy this amazing tea, tops and stuff? I'm working on it. Possibly by the end of the week. I'm working really hard. As I said, there's so many projects, things that I'm working on, the Kraken as well. Don't you worry, I haven't forgot about the Kraken. People think that I've forgotten. No. Do you tell the enemy when you're going to attack? They're going to get it when they least expect it. That's how the Kraken goes down. Talking about the Kraken, I want to implore everybody to watch Kraken X. That series. It's relevant to what's happening right now. Kraken X, ladies and gentlemen, is about all the things that are happening with regards to the Russia, the Mueller report, everything that you're seeing right now with Obama, and especially General Flynn as well. President Trump, number one. After all, he's the commander-in-chief. But also it's been about General Flynn. Like I said, the time of truth is about to come full Q. He's been called all these disgusting things by those others out there, who they are. And don't you worry, when you watch Kraken X, it's all there. Kraken X is a 2-part series. It's very important that you do watch it. So anyway, guys, thank you very much for tuning into the Freedom Channel broadcast with yours truly, FCB. Until next time, well, let's see what happens tomorrow. I've got to get everything sorted because there's a lot going on. God bless you all. Cheers, everybody.